Hey guys, what's up? Thanks a lot for joining me today. Kind of decided to do this. Derek Jensen introduced me to the fellow who made this film that we're going to be watching today, and it's really good. But I'm going to throw up the chat overlay. This is a watch party. You guys get to watch with me. So today's topic, kind of like, I guess you could call it a chapter of my Do You Think for Yourself series. That is probably my personal favorite of the series is that I do. But the story is going to be, as it always has kind of been, one of my most important, you know, missions here on V Radio is to get people to think critically again. And that's more important to me than any kind of right versus left or whatever. As friend of the show, Logical Checkmate, once said in reference to the Kyle Rittenhouse incident, but also just to American politics in general. was that if we can't even get certain facts straight, like did Kyle Rittenhouse shoot black people, how are we ever supposed to have any kind of like real conversations about healthcare or whatever, right? And the same thing would be said about our foreign policy stuff, which in my opinion is probably one of my biggest pet peeve issues. Um, Even though that keeps getting shuffled around as to whether or not it's important to people, the pro-war versus anti-war, and I don't even cover the current wars because it's like virtually impossible to get any good information about what's really happening because just about everybody has a reason to lie. I usually get my perspectives on that from people like Glenn Greenwald. And the funny thing is that because Glenn Greenwald dared to even speak to people on the right, he gets labeled like some kind of far right winger. But recently, he's been slamming the right too, because there's a bunch of right wing media pundit types and the old neocons, the people who brought you the Iraq war, see this, as their opportunity to, to get us into another conflict. So, no, Glenn Greenwald is not an extreme right winger or a right winger really at all. He's a gay man who was married and adopted kids, but it's not really important to talk about. He doesn't really get into right versus left as much either because he's kind of fixated on, you know, um, getting more people to kind of think more critically about current events. And I don't agree with everything he says. It doesn't change the fact that, you know, certain things should not be identified as right or left wing, but we can get into that later. I'm actually planning on making another brief video because there's something else that I've kind of noticed that's relevant to what we're going to be talking about today. Oh, look at that. Friend of the show, Winning Reality is in the chat. Hello. And obviously my never-ending, associate Tam, my moderator, the mom of our Discord. So anyway, one of the things that this is going to be about is similar to that. And there's this thing I've noticed that I call it that is kind of annoying to me, but it's TLDR, or like too long didn't read, which really translates to too lazy didn't read. We can't even like make a post longer than like 3 or 4 paragraphs before somebody will literally make this passive aggressive, you know, what you said there is too long, therefore I didn't read it. Like they're irritated and annoyed that you dared to type out anything that might require more than a moment's attention, and that there's something wrong with you for typing something longer than a paragraph. It's actually why I didn't use Twitter for years. I had my Twitter set up just to notify people that I was going on my Blog Talk Radio podcast, and that was it. I almost never used it because the character limit was so ridiculous. Like it was just so small, right? And so now I have Twitter Blue just because it's so annoying to type like 3 or 4 sentences. And the reason that this is important, and it's the same thing with the TikTok stuff. Like, and now that YouTube has to push, you know, shorts because everybody's brains are getting wired to interpret information in only these short sound bites. And the problem is that there are a lot of things, particularly if you're going to discuss sociology, the deeper parts of politics, you know, uh, history. You really can't do that in 30 seconds. You can't. Not if you're going to have any kind of nuanced, deep understanding of any topic. So the notion that we have been programmed to not only oppose, but to become like offended that somebody posts something longer than a paragraph, like, or they'll, but that's the other crazy thing about it is they'll take a moment to go ahead and write below, I did not read this. It was too long. Like they're entitled that nobody ever should ever speak in more than 3 or 4 sentences. And uh, that's just obviously shit. It's obviously shit. It's lazy thinking. And that's one of the reasons why I was primarily on Facebook for a long time, because some stuff takes more than a paragraph to understand. It just does, you know. So when I actually just got interviewed for Derek Jensen's podcast. That'll be coming out in a few weeks. and he brought to my attention this film and the filmmaker gave me permission to have this watch party with you guys, and we're gonna, talk about this video as we watch it in real time. I linked the original website in the description, but I'm actually gonna use a YouTube version of it because for whatever reason, the video on the original website, it's not friendly to being paused and restarted. And like when I was trying to watch the movie over there, I kept ending up in this situation where I'd have to start the whole movie over just because I wanted to rewind it for a few seconds. But what compelled me to do this was that I was talking to Derek, and I know, and Derek is kind of a primitivist. Like he thinks that our technology is really causing problems for us. And in certain ways, I would agree. I would agree. And one of the things that I noticed recently is, as many of you know, I'm a coach. I coach the sport of wrestling, and I bought this book by a wrestler named John Smith, and I really want to read it because he discusses some of his coaching philosophy in it. And I discovered I really can't read like I used to read. Like, I used to just devour books. Like, I would just have, like, stacks of books that I would just, tear through. And I realized it's not that I can't see the words and I'm not dyslexic, it's just that my brain is just not oriented that way anymore. And in order to take in a book, like when I quote unquote read Andrew Yang's book, I had to put it on while I was driving. That's the other thing. I can't even listen to long form podcasts anymore. I have to be doing something else, like whether I'm playing a video game or driving or, like there's something else has to be being done to occupy the other parts of my brain, that are kind of, I guess, dopamine addicted. So the reason why I say this is something we have to seriously consider comes back to what I said earlier, which is the fact that this is dangerous to society as a whole. Like, how do we discuss any incredibly important, nuanced, co- you know, complicated concept, right? If we can't digest more than 30 to 60 seconds at a time, and how do we communicate really important information that's complicated that way? We can't, right? And I'm not against technology. Like James K says, technology can also be used to educate us. And I agree. I mean, you guys wouldn't even be able to, have this conversation with me if it wasn't for technology. It doesn't change the fact that, a while back with my other co-host, Brian, we did a review of The Creepy Line and The Social Dilemma, which are both documentaries that talk about um, they all talk about the way that our social media seems to be designed to keep us looking at our screens, whether it's our computers or our cell phones. And that they claim that the reason why is entirely monetary based. And I do believe that that has something to do with it. Obviously, if you can keep somebody on their phone, then you can sell ads, right? But if you guys go back and watch my Do You Think for Yourself episode about why they were really panicking about Elon Musk buying Twitter, that's when you'll find out that the mainstream media even reported on this. And I have all the links that the government did research to determine how much of a given society you have to convince in order to get a concept to be accepted by the majority of that society. It's like a social chain reaction, right? And they found out what they feel that percentage was. And then shortly thereafterwards, they then paid for software to be developed to create false accounts on social media to try to sway public opinion. And so there was NBC and The Guardian both reported on this because the United States Air Force got caught doing this. And so it's not even like, that sounds like an Alex Jones conspiracy theory or something, but it's not. Like, and it just kind of slipped under the radar. And of course, the government defended themselves by saying, well, don't worry, we only do this in third world countries, like Arabian countries, like because we're trying to, deal with like Muslim terrorists or whatever. I'm like, yeah, sure. Like, and even if it's not the government, private companies realize this stuff too, right? And that's how you end up with bullshit like, wait a minute, Kyle Rittenhouse didn't shoot any black people, right? That's how you end up with stuff like, the widespread support for the war in Iraq that initially existed, right? And another episode of Do You Think for Yourself that I brought up, it had to do with the fact that there was a time it was actually, I called it, it's actually called The Danger to Our Democracy. And the reason that I brought it up was that somebody had put together an interesting, it was like actually like a compilation of many different media sources that were all reading the same script about how independent news outlets were dangerous to our democracy. So, and I want to be clear, these are news outlets that are normally considered to be in opposition. So Fox News, and ABC News, NBC, MSNBC were all reading the same thing. And they put it together like, because you could even synchronize, this is extremely dangerous to our democracy. And it sounded like, literally sounded like the Borg. Like that's what it sounded like. You have to excuse the sound of my fax machine in the background. I just got one because it makes life easier. You have a fax machine, you don't have to go to as many places to sign any documents or whatever. And when you're confined to a wheelchair, you try to avoid that as much as possible. That's if you can either hear it. My fax machine ring is pretty quiet. But the point is that what was the danger to our democracy? It was a Freudian slip because they used to own our democracy. Like, just straight up own it. Like, it wasn't even that hard. Like, for one thing, you would never see a documentary unless it was put on the media, right? And you would never hear of political candidates unless they were approved by the media. They used to have an incredible amount of control over what information we were allowed to see and hear. And there's an interesting point also that was brought up in this. And again, going back to the Do You Think for Yourself series, one of the episodes of Do You Think for Yourself, I had to upload exclusively to BitChute because it got censored on YouTube. And I think more of it was just that I was using clips from a movie. But they had made a modern version of the Fahrenheit, 411 book, and they had adapted it to the modern screen with big actors. And in the adaptation, they didn't just like adapt and put, the characters on the screen. They also included the internet in the new modern way of looking at what that book was trying to tell us. And the funny thing is that, at one point, one of the characters said, but nobody was really reading anymore. Maybe they were just glancing at the headlines, because that's part of the danger of what we're going to talk about today. If you find yourself in a situation where you have allowed yourself to no longer be able to digest long-term content, you have to recognize that this is a serious danger for your ability to think for yourself. This is a serious danger for your ability for you to be able to think and be informed, because some stories can't be told in a paragraph or less. Like, one of the most influential documentary series that I've ever watched was called The Century of Self. And that was 5 hours long. Like, I could never get anybody to watch that now. And as far as like my own viewers, I have noticed, for example, that in many cases, the people who watch my streams like this one haven't watched any of my short form videos. Like, they don't even know that I made a video about X, Y, or Z, because they pretty much only tune in to streams. And then there's people who watch my short form stuff who've never watched any of my long form stuff. And what I kind of learned was that, like, the reason why, like, I'd have more luck, for example, if I did a premiere and then put up a chat room, because a lot of you guys can only do that sort of like long content if you have a chat room to be keeping other parts of your brain, engaged. And I'm not faulting any of you for that. I'm just saying to think about it. Like the reason I was VTV for the longest time was that there used to be this channel called Justin TV. This is before YouTube. And Justin TV didn't have any kind of copyright censors or anything, so I could just watch whatever I wanted to with my audience. And the concept was, like, these were meant to be like documentaries, I would think, that obviously a character like V would want you to watch. There were things like the documentary that I used when I was debating Adam and Sitch about Iraq. It was documentaries that are really important, and you used to be able to just kind of sit down and have watch parties with them. And that's kind of what we're going to be doing today, so but anyway, yeah. So Justin TV got purchased. But anyway, my point is that's why I used to be VTV. But I used to be like a documentary like slut, man. I would watch so many documentaries. I would just sit and watch them. I'd line them up, and I would watch them for hours. I would just binge on them, right? And people just can't really do that anymore, right? And it basically comes down to the fact that we have to really consider that somebody has a vested interest in preventing us from taking a long time to think about things, right? You know, I really feel that, right? I don't think this is just about advertising. I think that this is about dumbing down people. And that's the reason why I often say, please watch my series, Do You Think for Yourself? Because it doesn't just go about that. It's like, it's also that people are often not aware of various psychological phenomenon that affect everyone. So things like the bystander effect, stuff like that. I go over that. I also go over human brain development. Like a lot of young people are not even aware of the fact that the parts of their brains that understand long-term consequences are not even working until their mid to late 20s, right? A lot of people are just not aware of that. And so who, of course, do people with nefarious purposes try to recruit to their various political ideological cults? Well, that would be people who don't have fully developed brains, right? Who else do they go after? Well, teenagers, because teenagers literally have a point in their brain development where their brain is telling them that they need to do the opposite of what their parents think and instead should do what their peers think. Like that's a real thing. So, of course they want to be in our schools, right? So, anyway, I've ranted long enough. We seem to have a decent enough audience, so let's get started. I'm going to use a YouTube clip for this because somebody had uploaded it to YouTube, but I'm also going to show you guys like this is the actual website that for this guy's documentary. It's called "Stare into the Lights, My Pretties," and I watched 90% of this. I didn't get a chance to finish it. I'll watch the rest of it with you guys. But I really think this could be probably one of the most important documentaries you've ever watched. And as far as solutions to the problems that are presented, I don't really know. Like, for me, for example, I still recognize that it's really important that we continue to watch long documentaries. Like, my Rittenhouse documentary had to be an hour long. You couldn't explain everything to understand that situation in 30 seconds. My documentary, one of my more popular ones it was called Hindsight is Always 2020, which was comparing the riots of January 6th to the riots of the rest of 2020. I couldn't have gone over that in 30 seconds, right? And a lot of people who watched that documentary with me, because I usually do a watch party of that every January 6th, hadn't seen a lot of the footage that I showed, right? And I even had people from the left going, man, you really changed my attitude about that because I had never really taken the time to look at that stuff, right? And some of that has to do with the curated like streams that everybody has, meaning that like your social media wall is designed to keep you on social media, to keep you on your screens. And therefore, a lot of people on the left don't even get to see the other videos from January 6th. But this goes both ways, folks. There's people on the right that are not aware, for example, that somebody like Freya, trans person who I've had on my show, exists, that there are, in fact, trans people who do not in any way support indoctrination of children, who do not in any way support children transitioning. But you wouldn't know that if you watch only right wing media. You wouldn't know that there is such a movement, right? Um, and I think a lot of that is by design. A lot of it is, as I mentioned earlier, that they know that people have certain flavors of things that they want for themselves, right? But they also know, that if they keep people divided, then it's so much easier to get people to tune in. Like if it's the things that make us angry that keep us on, and it's the things that just reinforce our worldview that keep us on. I actually just subscribed to Masterclass recently, and one of them is by Noam Chomsky. And one of the things that Noam Chomsky says is if you really want to be able to develop critical thinking, you have to make sure that you spend time listening to people you don't agree with all the way. Like you have to. And if you don't do this, your ability to critically think will end. You will just become dogmatic. And he's 100% right. That's why I listen to people I don't 100% agree with. And that's why you should too. So, anyway, folks, without further ado, we're going to begin the documentary here. I will be with you guys in the chat today. So, let's enjoy this together. Stare into the lights, my pretties. And I will be interviewing the filmmaker. He's agreed to come on. So, get ready. We're going to have a good talk with this guy later, and we'll take it from there. Enjoy. Here we go. Do-de-do-de-do. You're listening to V Radio. Thank you for tuning in today. Make sure that you subscribe and hit the like button. after I do what I'm supposed to do to get this actually the one that I want on the screen. Do 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 do. All right. Uno momento, por favor. All right, here we go. All right, so we're gonna use this one. So I'll be present. I'm gonna like minimize myself off the screen so that we can look closer at the actual stream, and then I'll leave the chat thing up so you guys can interact. Let's rock and roll, everybody.
We live in a world of screens. More of us would know this if we look up and look around. Fingers that are glued to the screen, which are glued to the eyes, which are glued to the screen. Everywhere. Pervasive. We use them for work, play. But it's much more than that. The screens use us too. How did we get here? And where is this journey leading us? What does that even look like? And is it what we want? Is this culture's technology changing us and our society for the better? Does it empower all of us, like it claims to? Or does it only empower a select few at the expense of the many? What's the price we pay to live in this pervasive electronic world? This era is unprecedented, and perhaps never before has technology been so prolific and shaped our lives so intimately. And there's the dark side we don't talk about. Why is that? Is it because we're too busy being glued to the screen? Why do we shy away from questions about our collective addiction? What's lurking under the surface? Could it be that with this era, the stakes have also never been so high that we could get it wrong?
People becoming obsolete? A giant electronic brain has started cogitating at the University of Pennsylvania. It's made of vacuum tubes like your radio, and it can add up a column of figures a yard long in a second. It's the world's first electronic computer. Right now, it's solving mathematical problems for the U.S. Army, but who knows? Someday a machine like this may check up on your income tax.
The story of how we got here begins in 1946 with the invention of the ENIAC, the first digital computer. The ENIAC was the size of a large room It covered 170 square metres, weighed 30 tonnes, and required extensive human labour to keep it working. Small armies of people, predominantly women, worked inside the machine to check critical parts and program the computer by changing switches and rewiring. The beginnings of the computer age started literally with humans inside the machine. As seemingly with many of this culture's technologies, the ENIAC was created by and for the military. One of its primary uses was to calculate missile trajectories and play a critical role in the development of some of the first nuclear weapons, as part of the then top-secret Manhattan Project. But obviously, the creation of the computer didn't just begin and end with weapons. After the Second World War, in the wake of vast devastation, an economic void appeared. Industry that had been rapidly set up across the globe to fuel war now had to repurpose its output for peacetime to continue to exist or face collapse from economic overshoot. But rather than stop this war machine, it was to expand into a different form. The coming decades would see the computer not only continue to drive war, but become a force in and of itself in the post-war era of consumerism and suburbia that was to be ushered in to ward off economic collapse. The 1950s saw a huge boom from this.
Sounds fantastic, doesn't it? Through the invention of better things, we think you'll agree there is no end to progress now or in century 21.
By the 60s, television was still relatively new and only in colour for the first time, solidified in its place in the home, driven by advertising.
See all color shows in living color, a supreme achievement in television engineering.
Yes, in little more than a wink of time, television has entered our homes, our lives, imprinted new silhouettes on our skyline. And all this has been just the beginning.
It was also the beginning of the space race, a flexing of muscles between superpowers, escalating the technology of war and computers, satellites and communication. Television could now help by playing a part in a narrative of a culture of fear and paranoia that was the Cold War, beaming social engineering directly into the homes of the population. A point that seems quaint today, given the extent and normalization of television in our lives and media these days.
We interrupt this program for a special news bulletin.
It was also during the space race that the computing structures of the internet were being developed in the Pentagon research labs of the United States military.
Bob Kahn and I did the design work in 1973. He really initiated the program at the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. And so it's fair to say that the two of us had the primary involvement in the creation of the internet's design. But after our first paper was published in 1974, there were just thousands of people involved in making this actually happen.
Indeed. The rapid escalation of technology by this point had transformed the world. The personal computer was next, merging with the television, giving rise to key corporate gatekeepers for what was to come, and bringing a kind of synergy to the trajectory so far. and a further frantic pace.
The World Wide Web appeared in 1991, and by 1994 there were 100,000 websites. It spread like wildfire. By 1996, the first web browser went public and doubled in its first day of trading. Its market cap by year's end was $2.2 billion. An IPO frenzy soon followed on the NASDAQ, and as ideas were bankrolled into companies, the dot-com was booming. It took radio 38 years to reach 50 million people. Television did it in 13. It took the web less than 5. By 1999, there were more than 150 million people online, browsing through more than 1 billion web pages.
Think about it. In much less than one human lifetime, we've literally gone from no computers at all to computers everywhere, connected to all the other computers everywhere, seemingly touching every facet of our lives. A colossal paradigm shift in society.
Please select your payment method.
What we can see over time is computing power becoming incredibly powerful. Storage becoming bigger. We're now talking not, megabytes. In the first computer I had, 0.5 megabyte was huge. Today we're talking about terabytes of data. We're also talking about processing speeds. I remember connecting at 1200 baud rate. Now we're connecting with broadband and sending hundreds of megabits per second of detailed information through our networks. We're talking about huge storage capabilities and processing power and a miniaturization of technology. We're not talking bricks anymore, but small implants that you can actually wear even, or tags that you can place onto your clothing. So a lot has happened during the last 25 years, and the next 25 years seem to be going as rapidly.
I think you have to look at two things that develop technology. And the first is the money of the people who pay for it, and the second is the passion of those that do it. And I suppose when you look at it, up to certainly the turn of the century almost, it was very hard to develop new technologies without one of three forms of funding, and I tended to refer to that as the ABC of technological change, because it was either funded by the armed forces, which were one of the greatest, most, and I included the space race in that really, or B for bureaucracy. When you look at the processing power of sort of getting files and data on everybody and making sure that they were paying their taxes and their car registration and all the rest of it. And then the third is corporate power. So the entities that want to know what you buy, who you talk to, how to market to you. So those three sources, even if you look at universities and you say, well, an awful lot of innovation went on in universities, but the projects that get funded in universities are still either funded through alliances with business or government sponsored in some way. And it's very rare that you came across something that you could imagine that had a lot of money behind it that would develop a new technology that wasn't an A, B or C of technological change. I suppose in the 10 years after the turn of the last century, to start seeing that really the A, B and C of technological change, those were still the main funders, but there were a whole new set of innovations that were driven by social engagement, by people who were passionate and were either passionate about the technology and kept developing it in certain ways, or were passionate about other things but could see ways in which to use the technology, to harness it, to achieve other ends.
So what does it mean to live in this world of technology, mediated by these power blocks, that have these sorts of passions and history? And when their ability to spread and perpetuate their passions is more powerful today than ever before.
Now, all technology is rooted in ideology. The internet has a cultural and a very concrete cultural ideological context. It represents the fusion of the old military-industrial complex of Southern California and the hippie ethic of Northern California. Both were, in a sense, opposed to authority. And in a book written by Fred Turner, a Stanford University professor, an excellent book, he explains that very strange union, although on reflection it's not that strange, because both the military-industrial complex, which invented the internet, or at least financed the internet in the late 50s, and the counterculture of the late 60s in San Francisco were tied together by their libertarianism. The internet itself reflects the ideology of the people who invented it, and the people who drove it. I mean, technology is simply a reflection of human will. Technology isn't accidental. Technology just doesn't come about in a vacuum.
We live in a techno-dazzled world, and there's considerable resistance to the very idea of challenging technology.
Is that Google? Is that Google Glass? Is that Google?
And now we have computers. They tie the world together. They accelerate communication. They make corporate globalization more likely and more effective. And they accelerate its negative impacts. Nearly all information we get from about technology comes from the people who invent, promote, and sell it. We don't really need to hear from them at this event. We hear from them every day on TV and on the internet. We've been hearing from them for years. We don't need Eric Schmidt to tell us about computers, driverless cars, and Google Glass. We get it. We want to discuss the rest of the story. What else do they bring? How do they unify our minds within a certain worldview? How do they envelop us within their frameworks? What are their hidden harms to the planet? And how do we deal with the staggering information imbalance that exists right now in our country on these questions?
Lewis Mumford was a sort of a philosopher of technology, and he's pretty interesting because he was very pro-technology until World War II, and World War II changed his mind. And it's not often that, and I have great respect for someone who allows reality to change their philosophy. You don't often see that. I think most people's philosophy is a justification for whatever pre-existing beliefs they have. And anyway, he had a number of really great insights. And one of his insights is that technologies don't emerge from a vacuum. People say, oh, you know, a tool is just a tool. But that's not really true, in that it takes a certain mindset and a certain set of social circumstances to create a certain tool. And then once you have that tool will then lead to certain mindsets. And a couple examples might make this really clear. It takes a certain mindset to create an atomic bomb. And then it takes a certain mindset to create an automobile. You know, the Tolowa Indians lived where I live now for at least 12,500 years, and they didn't invent backhoes, they didn't invent chainsaws, they didn't invent automobiles, and it's not because they were too stupid, it's because their way of life and their mindset made those technologies unthinkable. On the other hand, they created entirely different technologies, such as salmon welcoming songs. Those are songs that they would sing to welcome the salmon and to help the salmon return home. And such a concept here is pretty much unthinkable. I mean, if somebody went out to the docks and started singing a salmon welcoming song, everybody'd think they're nuts. Likewise, once you have a technology, it changes how you perceive the world. And this can be seen really clearly in that I live about 3 miles from a grocery store. And I can drive into the grocery store, and if I forget something, yesterday I forgot something. In fact, yesterday I was sitting in the grocery store parking lot, and I realized, you know, I actually don't need anything, so I just drove home. I mean, I was in town anyway. But if I had to walk the 3 miles, here's how remember every single thing that I'm going to need for the next week. As it is, you know, jump in a car and drive 3 miles, it takes me like 7 minutes or something. You know, it's not a big deal. Or you and I are having this conversation half a world apart. The technology has changed how we perceive the world.
I spend an average of 4 hours a day. It's dark when we leave and it's dark when we come home. When we walk in the door, it's dark.
We really be together more than our own family. I mean, for me, I be with them more than I be with my own family.
Once again, technologies don't emerge from a vacuum. And Lewis Mumford, he had a word for the combination of technology and the social system that would create it and then come out of it. And that's a technic, T-E-C-H-N-I-C. So you don't just have a knife standing by itself. Instead, this knife is part of a larger technic. You know, we've all heard the cliche that if all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. You know, the technology is going to change how you perceive the world and how you relate to the world.
It's unprecedented that although the old argument is, oh, technology has always been here since the printing press and the car and the telephone and the television, never before have these technologies changed our environment from 3 dimensions to 2 and challenged the boundaries as not just information technology but nanotechnology and biotechnology are doing. They are radically shaking up our concepts of space and time in a way that the motor car or the television or the printing press did not. Yeah. So therefore I don't take that old argument of saying it's the same as it's not. Screen culture is, as its name suggests, a whole way of life revolving around the digital devices. So when we say screen culture, whilst I wouldn't exclude television, it's more the interactive nature and the mobile nature of digital devices, which of course can embrace interactive TV nowadays. But it's more specifically when you think about the amount of hours people spend either with their Xbox or their laptop, or indeed their mobiles, or perhaps even nowadays with Google Glass.
Message via your Google profile. Heading to San Francisco. Message. Hey Drew. Heading down to make our fair next weekend.
So I can reply to it, of course.
I'm going to show you how to navigate while walking. Lead the way. Okay, Glass. Get directions to park.
Okay, Glass. Make a call to Rafi.
Is somebody calling me?
Try. Okay, Glass, answer call.
Okay, Glass, answer call.
By screen culture, I mean literally that, a world of two dimensions where for 6 hours a day or more, people in the Western developed world, more particularly kids, are spending time either playing games or on social networking sites, and thereby putting themselves in an environment that is very much in the here and now, that has very strong audio and visual sensations, where at the press of a button you get instant feedback from whatever you're doing. But at the same time, you're perhaps removed from some of the aspects that we've taken for granted, things like metaphor, abstract concepts, logical narrative, conceptual frameworks, long attention spans, imagination. But it's primarily a world of a small child, a world of the here and now, a world of a soundbite, a world of an instant frozen moment where nothing has consequences and where everything is literal, where nothing has a meaning. You're not seeing one thing in terms of something else. You're seeing literally what you see is what you get. As a neuroscientist, the reason I'm particularly fascinated, and I think in equal measure both excited and alarmed by the impact of screen culture on the human brain, is because as a neuroscientist I know that the human brain is changing. It's highly plastic, as we say. That's not to mean it's made of plastic, of course, but more that it's very dynamic. It will adapt to the environment.
If you think of your brain as a dynamic, connected power grid, there are billions of pathways or roads lighting up every time you think, feel, or do something. Some of these roads are well-traveled. These are our habits, our established ways of thinking, feeling, and doing. Every time we think in a certain way, practice a particular task, or feel a specific emotion, we strengthen this road. It becomes easier for our brains to travel this pathway. Say we think about something differently, learn a new task, or choose a different emotion. We start carving out a new road. If we keep traveling that road, our brains begin to use this pathway more, and this new way of thinking, feeling, or doing becomes second nature. The old pathway gets used less and weakens. This process of rewiring your brain by forming new connections and weakening old ones is neuroplasticity in action.
So this is what was meant by plasticity. And one example, for example, a very famous one, is of piano players, where they had 3 groups of adult human volunteers, none of whom could play the piano. And even over 5 days, you could see that whereas the controls, who were just staring at the piano, showed no change in their brains. The brains were literally unimpressed. Those people who were taught 5-finger piano exercises showed an astonishing change in brain territory and functional area relating to digits, even over 5 days. But the even more exciting group were the third people who just imagined they were playing the piano. And astonishingly, their brains showed the similar changes to those that had done the physical exercise. So I think this shows you how everything you do, even a mere thought, in inverted commas, will literally leave its mark on your brain. And therefore, if that is the case, if we are so sensitive in adapting to the environment, if the environment is changing in an unprecedented way, as I argue as it is with the cyber world, then it follows that the brain will change in a similarly unprecedented way.
Well, it's clear that even people who have, like me, who started off without the web and now use it, work differently. When we want to think of something, we tend to often just reach for the keyboard because we have assumed that we can find stuff. Now, people say, I don't know, that they've measured that people are not remembering so much. I don't know, but I know that the way I work very often assumes that I can go for my computer helper, for my web as a helper. The web is an extension of my brain. When I'm roaming, so my little interface to the web is too expensive to use, I feel as though suddenly I've got one hand turned behind my back because the usual sort of instinctive reaction to whip it out is I have to hold back and try to actually think things out. Think.
I think the price we pay for having easy access to so much information, easy, quick access to so much information, is we sacrifice some of the depth of our engagement with that information. So the kind of jumping, hopping from bit to bit to bit, clicking on links, takes the place of what used to be a more contemplative, I think, approach to thinking about one thing, whether it's one piece of information or the argument or the narrative of a book. It becomes much harder, I think, when you're bombarded by information and other.
So I just wanted to take a moment to comment on this point because it's one of the most important parts. It's not just a matter of the fact that we seem to have no tolerance anymore for short form content. A lot of people are losing the ability to be contemplative, as he pointed out, to seriously think about the deeper meaning of the content. What are the nuances? What is the overall implications? And the other point that they brought up earlier about how TVs were a great tool to pump social engineering into our living rooms. If you're not familiar with what social engineering means, it's basically an attempt to try to control society. That's actually what the documentary The Century of Self is about, is how we were socially engineered to become a consumer society. It wasn't accidental. They hired experts in order to do that. One of the most prominent stories of that would be how they convinced women to start smoking. And they did it by essentially, they hired Edward Bernays, who was one of Sigmund Freud's nephews, who was considered to be kind of like one of the modern founders of sociology and public relations. And he's like, well, this is what you need to do. You need to convince these people that, that women smoking cigarettes is actually a feminist act of, freedom. And they called them their freedom torches. And then they hired actresses to be, have their photo taken, literally in the moment of lighting up cigarettes during a parade. Anyway, so the point is that we're losing our ability to deep think about things going on around us. And I don't think that's an accident at all. But I think that people who are very powerful have a vested interest in preventing people from thinking deeply about topics. And also, as I pointed out in the recent Matrix film, as much as people didn't like it, but the Wachowski brothers, who I guess are now trans and the Wachowski sisters, but they made V for Vendetta in the Matrix, they still took an opportunity to sneak in a very big point, which was that at one point, the villain in the new Matrix film says, well, of course, we want everything based on emotions. It's much easier to manipulate emotions than it is to manipulate facts. People who are overcome with emotion are not deep thinking anymore. They're just feeling, right? And teenagers' brains are more apt to do that. So now we're trying to convince people to stay that way, right? But anyway, so here we go. TB accuses me of overthinking. Wrong. You're underthinking, TB. Let's continue.
Other stimuli, as you are all the time on the web, to sit down and really focus on one particular thing. And so we gain kind of a breadth of engagement with information, but the rest is, I think, a certain superficiality in our relationship to that information.
How many of us can relate to this experience? Living vicariously through the computer, jumping from one thing to the next. Multitasking, digitally tethered. Looking up something, only to end up somewhere else completely unrelated. How many hours have you spent looking up fleeting curiosities? And how much of it do you remember? What do you take in? How many of us think through the global computer? And how has this already changed the way we think, feel, read and write, learn, understand, and remember? What does this mean over time if we go on like this?
Throughout my life, books have played an important role, and I've always found it easy to immerse myself in a book and get engaged in an argument or a narrative. But a few years ago, as my use of the web kind of picked up, I found it much, much harder to sit down and engage with a book. After a page or two, my mind would start wandering. I'd kind of lose the focus, have to go back a page to reconnect with the argument. And at first, I thought, okay, maybe this is just general, age or something that's causing this. But what I noticed is that the sensation I had when I tried to read or really concentrate on anything was that my brain, my mind, wanted to behave the way it behaves when I'm at my computer or online. It wanted to check email. It wanted to click on links and jump from page to page. So it really, I began to make the connection that, in a really an unmistakable way, my use of the net was changing the way I think, in changing my ability to do things like concentrate or contemplate one particular piece of information or read through 100 pages of a book. And I began talking to other people, and many of them, not all of them, but many of them had a very, very similar, were suffering from a similar type of affliction. They felt that they had increasingly scatterbrained and they wanted to be online.
One of the biggest problems affecting the human brain in the 21st century is multitasking. And the research we've done over the past year or two that got a whole lot of attention was multitasking seems to be very bad for the brain. Not just while you're doing it, but there are lingering long-term effects. So people who multitask chronically, people who multitask all the time, seem to be less able to distinguish relevant from irrelevant information, seem less able to manage their memory, and seem less able actually to switch from task to task. So what this tells us is if we're designing interfaces to encourage multitasking or to support multitasking, we're actually creating a worse thinking, poorer thinking group of people. And it's very worrying.
If you look at the way the internet bombards us with stimuli, not only hyperlinks and different pages of information, but alerts, from Facebook updates to Twitter alerts to, incoming email and even our phones going off all the time, it creates, in a sense, an environment of information that plays to our desire to be distracted. And so it becomes very difficult to keep a focus on anything when 5 different things are happening at once on your screen or between your screen and your smartphone and so forth. And it's just all sorts of environmental stimuli that come through this information medium and keep us pretty much permanently distracted.
So you're reading an article online when you get an instant message with a link to a funny photo, which of course you have to share. And now you're reading your Facebook news wall, which sends you to a video of a panda bear attacking a kid. And now you're reading Wikipedia to learn everything you can about the violent behavior of panda bears. And this is what 3 minutes on the internet can be like.
I've often spoken about the benefits of screen culture being one of agile processing, but how that mustn't be confused with content. Now, there's a book written a while ago now by someone called Stephen Johnson called Everything Bad is Good for You, which extolled the benefits of screen culture. And one of them is that it could be linked to high IQ, because the skills that you rehearse when you play video games are similar to those that are required to do well in IQ tests. That's to say you don't need a lot of facts or infrastructure or hinterland, but you do have to be very agile at looking at patterns and connections and getting to an answer in a rather fast time frame. So the idea is that because the human brain is always good at what it rehearses, if you're rehearsing that, you're going to be good at it. And so then you go to an IQ test and guess what? You'll be good. But even Stephen Johnson says, just because, as many claim, we're seeing an increase in IQ scores in certain societies, we're not seeing an increase in empathy or understanding. We're not seeing insights into the economic woes of the world or the Middle East crisis. You know, no one's suddenly come up with their superior cognitive abilities with insights that we would regard as important. And I think what you need to do, therefore, is on the one hand, yes, it's very good for mental processing, for what used to be called fluid intelligence. That's to say, where the emphasis is on giving a right response to an input. But that's not the same as understanding. Information is not knowledge, and I think this is what people confuse. And by knowledge, I refer to content, and content for me is true intelligence, which is where you can see one thing in terms of another. So, for example, the bit in Macbeth, out, brief candle. In order to really understand that, you have to see the analogy between the extinction of the candle and the extinction of life. You can't just say, take a candle literally. And I think that that's what we are missing out on. That's what might be in jeopardy. That's certainly not enhanced by doing very fast, clever things with video games, even though you might be able to give impressive responses very quickly, correct responses very quickly. That's not the same as understanding, and I think we have to be careful about differentiating them. Following on from that idea, we think about learning. And let's take the example of the British Education Minister recently said, yes, young children now, everyone should learn a poem. And I think that's wrong. I think the emphasis should be they should understand the poem. So really what we need is not just to access facts, but we need to see one fact in terms of something else. So facts on their own are pretty boring. You know, who cares the height of a mountain or the date of a battle or the name of a king? These things are only relevant if you relate them to others and you see a trend and you can generalize, or if you're learning the name of a king, you know more about that king and why he was important. So a fact on its own, which is why Trivial Pursuits and pub quizzes are not held up as the pinnacle of intellectual achievement. Facts on their own are not the same as interpreting the facts, putting the facts into a framework, and even more important than facts are ideas, and you do not get automatically ideas coming out of an iPad. You won't have that. You'll have access to facts, but it requires an inspired teacher, it requires your thinking processes, it requires something in addition for you personally to join up the dots, and that's for me, real knowledge.
So can we join the dots with this then? The fact that the screen culture has become more pervasive than ever before, and that we're increasingly spending more and more of our time in this virtual world. A world which encourages distraction, shallowed thinking, short attention spans, and a world where we don't have to remember anything anymore because we can just look it up on Google. Can you see this as one thing in terms of another?
I think we are becoming more and more stupid. We don't have to work our brains so hard. Any information we need to know, we can instantly find it on an internet search system. And the worst thing would be to have a USB portal into our brain, so it's there immediately. Because the moment you take that away, you're dumb. You haven't got any information, you're relying on it.
Recently there was some work done by someone called Sparrow, where she claimed that we were changing our memory processing because you can just look something up on Google.
The overall findings are that when people don't know things, they tend to think about the computer first. They think about the place to find it. When people expect to have information accessible to them later, they don't remember it as well as when they don't expect to. So they do locate it externally instead of internally. And then finally, yes, that people tend to prioritize where to find things as opposed to the things themselves.
And that does concern me because let's take that ad absurdum. If you feel you can look anything up and you don't have to learn anything, this would mean conversation is going to be pretty clunky, because if I normally meet someone of roughly my generation and culture, I will assume they know where Barcelona is. I'll assume they know who Napoleon was or who Henry VIII was. I'll assume they know where New York is. So you can have a conversation And we all know the delight of having conversations with people where you share a lot of background knowledge that can develop ideas. But imagine having a conversation with someone who knew nothing, who didn't know who Hitler was, who hadn't heard of fascism, who had to look it up each time. This would mean that you couldn't really have a very fluid or interactive conversation. And I know that sounds extreme, but if we are always having recourse to an external source of memory, then I think it's going to have a severe impact on how we interact, how fast we have ideas, and what we do with them. And I think that the younger generation perhaps might be disadvantaged in not having such ready, agile processes and have a much more cut and paste mentality.
Oh, maybe there's a way. I see the lineup for cars. It's getting like wasted. The Empire State Building is like really close to it, so it's a good.
I'm a little nervous about drawing a sharp distinction between what we call, Generation Web or digital natives and older people, adults, because I think that's that lets adults off the hook, and they can say, as they always say, this younger generation, they're, going to hell or whatever. And really, the effects of the internet, I think, are the same on adults as on younger kids and younger adults. So I would hate to make it seem as though older people aren't affected by the internet, because I think they are. And I think what we see in young people, the distractedness, the inability to, read more than 2 pages at a time, is probably coming to characterize older people in every generation as well. Having said that, I think obviously the human brain is malleable throughout the course of anybody's life, but it's particularly malleable, of course, when you're young. So if a person...
So recently, just as a test, I posted on a bunch of Generation X-based Facebook groups, specifically to ask the question if people had seen the change in themselves. The reason this is relevant is that the older people remember the difference between what the world was like before all of this and what the world is like now. Whereas the current generations don't even know what it was like to live in a world where your phone was literally something attached to your wall, where your internet made an incredibly, like obnoxious crashing noise when you connected, where, like they don't know a world without Netflix. They don't know a world without Wikipedia, Google, and that's why it's different. The current generations, however, are coming into the world thinking that this is just normal and this is how it is and this is how we've always done it, because they have. That's how they've always done it. And that's why I worry about the future generations and what the implications for all this are, because they're not going to have any kind of like previous backdrop to understand the difference. Anyway, as Strategic Eyes says, let's keep going.
Is brought up looking at screens and using the web and being bombarded by information, then the question is, will the brain circuitry necessary to things like deep reading, deep thinking, will those circuits ever even come into being? Will they be wired for that kind of thinking, or will they be wired completely for internet type of thinking?
We are so perhaps transported by the experience of accessing Google and of surfing and of watching YouTube, most of which has no real significance. Watching a dog as a trick cyclist is so what? Watching people planking, watching the Harlem Shake. Why are we doing this? It's because the experience of it is obviously, by definition, pleasurable, but we're not doing it to find anything out. We're not on a quest anymore, because we know we can go on to the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. And this, in a sense, the means has outpaced the ends. And I think that, again, this will have serious implications for education.
I think that's the big fear, is that we'll end up with a generation of people who are very good at using the net and very good at finding information and processing information very quickly, but don't really have any capacity for contemplativeness or for concentration or for deep engagement with information. I think the great value of thinking deeply and reading deeply and concentrating in general is that we begin to develop a unique personality, a unique intellect that's ours and ours alone. And that requires, I think, deep thought and in the ability to make our own associations and our own connections about things we understand deeply inside our own mind, rather than relying on the associations and connections that might be out in the world and that we might access through hyperlinks, for instance. So I really think that the human self and the human personality becomes much richer when we can slow down and when we can think deeply and engage with information in more than just kind of a cursory manner.
Did the Giants win last night?
Will I need an umbrella tomorrow?
No.
You think no?
This is no longer a generation that lives deliberately, that lives its life, that lives in the moment. I think that has time for reflection. We ask ourselves questions. If the velocity and volume is such that I send you a tweet.
This issue of no time for reflection is incredibly important, okay? There are so many times when I'm arguing politics with people right now that they really haven't put any thought into what it is that they quote unquote believe. They haven't put any thought into what they're arguing with you about. They're usually only informed with what it is that their specific bubble has provided for them. And if you happen to have a good point to counteract it, their only answer 3/4 of the time is to click some kind of laugh emote and then not even bother to try to answer you. So they can just pretend that what you said was so preposterous that they don't even have to bother to take time to argue with you. You can give like obvious real evidence and they'll still just react with that. It's the problem with all of this is it goes beyond just the issues of like you can't train them at work or what kind of behavior are they going to have. How does this change society itself when we cannot even deeply contemplate the longer term and the deeper consequences of anything we do, right? This is why I did the Do You Think for Yourself series, because there are so many people who go through life right now who really have no idea how little thinking for themselves they really do. And that's why I encourage people in my Discord to try to have debates, that wherein they can discuss things intelligently and with maturity to try to arrive at those conclusions. Like I put in my little caption down there, don't just try to have opinions. Do real investigations and then arrive at conclusions and then be ready to change that anytime you get new information. That's critical thinking. Anything less than that is just dogma, right? And it's one of the problems I have with the current version of the left is that it's become like a religion. You're not allowed to think. You're not allowed to have any kind of dissenting thoughts. You're not allowed to ask difficult questions. If you, for some reason, are even willing to talk to people who are on their list of excommunicated people, then you are instantly far right. Even if you voted for Bernie Sanders, even if you believe in universal health care and free college, somehow you can be far right just because you dared to think for yourself in any way. We will accept none of that blasphemy or heresy, and we will engage in witch hunts to track you down for wrongthink. Like that's really what it comes down to. We will be sure you don't have jobs. we will terrorize you, and more importantly, one of the things George Orwell always talks about is if you come to a point where people are trying to tell you that there's no such thing as objective truth, that somebody's trying to control your mind. Let's keep going.
When I send you a text, you have to answer me back. You can't. Nobody answers a text by saying, I have to think about that for 2 weeks. The communication demands a response. Well, that means that we start to ask each other questions that are easy to answer. And so I think we live in a kind of paradoxical time, and we're giving a whole generation a very paradoxical message. The world is more and more and more and more complex. On the other hand, we're only going to ask you a question that you can answer in 2 seconds. So we leave ourselves less and less time for reflection because our communications media push us to quick responses. And quite frankly, the questions before our planet right now are not questions that should be answered or thought about in the time space of texting.
But there's a more sinister danger that compounds this superficial mindset. For even when trying to meaningfully engage with information online, what if that information was tailored and edited just for you, like an invisible fine-tuning of the world? And if you weren't paying close attention, how would you know?
So when I was looking at Facebook, I noticed that some stories do a lot better on Facebook than others, and that people were finding it very easy to click like on I just ran a marathon or I just baked this awesome cake, but that the stories like the genocide in Darfur enters its 10th year weren't getting so many likes. And in a world where the Facebook algorithm shows the stories that get lots of social love to more people and shows the stories that don't to less people, what does that mean? Does that mean that we don't find out about important but unpleasant things that are happening? Mark Zuckerberg, a journalist, was asking him a question about the news feed. And the journalist was asking him, why is this so important? And Zuckerberg said, a squirrel dying in your front yard may be more relevant to your interests right now than people dying in Africa. And I want to talk about what a web based on that idea of relevance might look like. When I was growing up in a really rural area in Maine, the internet meant something very different to me. It meant a connection to the world. It meant something that would connect us all together. And I was sure that it was going to be great for democracy and for our society. But there's this kind of shift in how information is flowing online. And it's invisible. And if we don't pay attention to it, it could be a real problem. So I first noticed this in a place I spend a lot of time, my Facebook page. I'm progressive politically, big surprise, but I've always gone out of my way to meet conservatives. I like hearing what they're thinking about. I like seeing what they link to. I like learning a thing or two. And so I was kind of surprised when I noticed one day that the conservatives had disappeared from my Facebook feed. And what it turned out was going on was that Facebook was looking at which links I clicked on. And it was noticing that actually I was clicking more on my liberal friends' links than on my conservative friends' links. And without consulting me about it, it had edited them out. They disappeared. So Facebook isn't the only place that's doing this kind of invisible algorithmic editing of the web. Google's doing it too. If I search for something and you search for something, even right now at the very same time, we may get very different search results. Even if you're logged out, one engineer told me, there are 57 signals that Google looks at. Everything from what kind of computer you're on, to what kind of browser you're using, to where you're located, that it uses to personally tailor your query results. Think about it for a second. There is no standard Google anymore. And you know, the funny thing about this is that it's hard to see. You can't see how different your search results are from anyone else's. But a couple of weeks ago, I asked a bunch of friends to Google Egypt and to send me screenshots of what they got. So here's my friend Scott's screenshot, and here's my friend Daniel's screenshot. When you put them side by side, you don't even have to read the links to see how different these two pages are. But when you do read the links, it's really quite remarkable. Daniel didn't get anything about the protests in Egypt at all in his first page of Google results. Scott's results were full of them. And this was the big story of the day at that time. That's how different these results are becoming.
Now, wait. Explain that again. I mean, that is astounding. So you go in, the uprising is happening in Egypt. Right. In fact, today there's a mass protest in Tahrir Square. They're protesting the military council and other issues. So if I look and someone who likes to travel look, they may not even see a reference to.
So funny story about this. Some of you guys might remember that I argued with Bo of the Fifth Column, a big-time YouTuber and content creator, some time ago on Twitter. And one of the things that came about was that there was an intentional act on the part of Google and other search engines that when conservatives would search on the internet for, videos about different things, then Bo of the Fifth Column would come up, and he has a Southern accent. He dresses like, a MAGA conservative would. He's always in his garage with tools around him and all that. And then come to find out, as I argued with him on Twitter, the guy is a total Antifa sympathizer, absolute leftist guy. So these kinds of things are being done, not just about curating they have an objective to try to sway people in different directions. And that's why I tell people, don't just go along with any pundit, right? Don't find yourself loyal enough to someone that you're going to surrender your ability to think for them. And anybody who wants you to do that, just don't bring those kinds of people in your life. And this isn't just a leftist thing, guys. I remember Stefan Molyneux. I debated him once a long time ago on my podcast. His followers are like cult members, right? But so are Vosh's followers. They're totally like cult members, right? They don't have any independent thought. They just parrot everything this guy says, right? That's how it always is. And man, are they vicious about it, right? I've been studying cults a lot lately because it's another one of those things that people tend to believe, well, that never happened to me. That never happened to me, and you don't realize just how susceptible you really are to being manipulated. And that's why Jacques Fresco, the progenitor of the Venus Project, which was brought up in the Zeitgeist Addendum movie, he was a big proponent of, if you really want to protect yourself from authoritarianism and fascism, then critical and analytical thinking needs to be a requirement. You need to think of it as self-defense for the brain. You need to be able to get to the bottom of everything and really decide, what is true and what is not. That needs to be your objective. Don't just blatantly trust anyone. There are people that you may trust more than others, but, so for example, I listen to Crystal Ball and Sagar Anjeti, although I listen to Crystal Ball a lot less because recently she said that Antifa was mostly fake, as if there's not hundreds of hours of video footage of Antifa mostly fakely beating the shit out of people, just for daring to have an opposing opinion, right? But I don't just blatantly go along with it. I don't agree with everything Glenn Greenwald says. I do tend to think, however, that he's more likely to have the integrity to at least tell the truth as he understands it. And that includes when the left does something wrong, that includes when the right does something wrong. I'm, as you guys all know, I'm left-leaning in a lot of my beliefs, but my main objective is to follow along with the truth. And all I want you guys to do from watching my content is to seek the truth. And the truth may not always be what I say. I can tell you that I'm devoted to telling you the truth as best as I can, but that doesn't mean I'm always going to be right. I can make mistakes. There's a reason why there was like 5 different versions of my Kyle Rittenhouse documentary, because I would get new information and then I would update it, right? That's what real journalists are supposed to do. That was supposed to be what would get a journalist a good following. But that isn't how it is anymore. People at this point literally seek out these bubbles. They turn on MSNBC. They turn on Fox News. And then they will completely discount anything shared by the other side. Well, LOL, Fox News, LOL, MSNBC. And don't get me wrong, both of those places are just straight up propaganda mills. There's no question. But that doesn't mean that every single link from Fox News or MSNBC may not be useful. Sometimes I'm just using a clip of raw footage from one of them and they won't even look at it. People are really quick now to jump on, well, you're not posting from the approved bubbles that I like. So therefore, I'm not going to believe you, or I'm not even going to take the time to look at it. Right. That's another great one. I don't want to click on them. I don't want to help them. I'm like, you haven't even looked at what they said. Like, that's what, he actually finally got kicked out of my Discord, but Cypher, we would post something, he would never look at it. He would immediately respond. Like, I could write a bot with what he does. He would immediately respond, with how he was attacking that source. He would never look at what was even being said. Like, and both sides do that, and John Jackson, I know you're one of the guys who doesn't always agree with me, and I encourage that here, but no, all corporate media is bullshit. I don't trust Fox any more than I trust MSNBC, and I don't think anybody should. Any time that there's a corporate profit motivated, agenda behind something, somebody's making money by telling you that, and they're going to have control over what you're allowed to see and hear. So, as far as why he got the boot, he just finally engaged in personal attack again. That's why I don't allow that. That's the one rule. Don't personally attack people. I booted like 6 or 7 people for personally attacking him, and he would start to get more and more frustrated, and eventually it would just take the time. That's one of the reasons. That's the funny thing is I'm frequently the only leftist person in my Discord, because most leftists now have been conditioned to behave like people who are in a religion. They don't ever talk to blasphemers. Don't talk to heretics. Don't even engage with anybody who thinks like that. It reminds me so much of the way religions protect people, being part of their faith. It's also how cults make sure that people stay members of the cults. But anyway, back to the movie.
The uprising?
That's right. I mean, there was nothing in the top 10 links. And what actually the way that people use Google, most people use just those top 3 links. So if Google isn't showing you sort of the information that you need to know pretty quickly, you can really miss it. It's not just Google and Facebook either. This is something that's sweeping the web. There are a whole host of companies that are doing this kind of personalization. Yahoo News, the biggest news site on the internet, is now personalized. Different people get different things. Huffington Post, Washington Post, New York Times, all flirting with personalization in various ways. And where this moves us very quickly toward a world in which the internet is showing us what it thinks we want to see, but not necessarily what we need to see. As Eric Schmidt said, it'll be very hard for people to watch or consume something that has not, in some sense, been tailored for them. So I do think this is a problem. And I think if you take all of these filters together, if you take all of these algorithms, you get what I call a filter bubble. And your filter bubble is kind of your own personal, unique universe of information that you live in online. And what's in your filter bubble depends on who you are, and it depends on what you do. But the thing is that you don't decide what gets in. And more importantly, you don't actually see what gets edited out.
never seen technology like what the scenario we're in right now. This little black mirror that we carry around in our pockets, the smartphones, that's all you. That's all about you and your preferences and the websites you want to look at. And we become insular, we become very intolerant of others. The technology that we carry with us and that we are consuming at record rates right now encourages entitlement and encourages a lack of respect of other people's boundaries.
The screen culture makes people look within and not to look outside. So when I'm using my smartphone and I'm being sent instant messages and I'm being communicated to, it's about me. And people can say that's great for personalization. That's how I want it. I want to customize my whole life. But in fact, we're internalizing a lot of things. If I think about me,
I want to take a moment to explain something because something just kind of popped into my head. When we talk about Fox News and corporate media, there was a whole documentary that was done about it called Outfoxed. But it's important to note that it's just as true about, the left media as it is the others. But if you want proof, go back and look at the coverage of the Iraq War from Fox News and tell me that that's not propaganda. Tell me that Bill O'Reilly was not a propagandist, right? And don't get me wrong, the left media did their share of that as well. But don't for a second think that just because most of what you're hearing on Fox is maybe things that are catered to be sure to go along with what what you want to hear, that there are not also corporate people who have their own strings and what's going on there, because there absolutely is. So just think about it. There's plenty of other things. I mean, as far as to Fox News's treatment of Ron Paul, for example, they have a catered message just like everyone else does. Anyway, going back to the film and to my lunch, so I won't be able to talk for a bit.
Then most likely I will neglect my children. I will neglect my partner. I will neglect my workplace, because it's about me and my interactions and the instantaneous communications that take place. There's always a danger in that, in ignoring your neighbor, in a lack of collective awareness. It's about insular things. What you're doing is removing your ability to think, removing your ability to meditate and be peaceful about things, because you're constantly being bombarded by messages which are relevant and irrelevant. You're constantly thinking that these are more urgent than the baby crying in the next room who requires milk or food. And the screen culture just propagates itself. So in order for me to internalize my communications and look down and keep texting and keep messaging back, I also impose the same culture on my children, because I just tell them to go and look at the TV for a little while longer. Go onto the internet, search some more things, go onto, playground and look at some music. So I am spreading this mimicry. And so when my senses are enveloped and it's about me and my communications, it's not about my children, it's not about my partner, it's not about my workplace, it's about me. And I think there's a great danger in trust within society, in building relationships with one another, or a lack of building when we are concerned about the me.
The me has been a target of corporate power for a long time. Advertising after the Second World War changed into instilling desires and manipulating the masses to want things and see the world in a certain way. From where the computer and the internet originated, this is in hyperdrive of the world of the screen culture, where not only the convergence of technologies has amplified the power and influence of corporate voice, the screen culture provides a centralized mechanism of social control, pretending to be freedom and democracy.
We tend to think about the internet as this sort of medium where anybody can connect to anyone. It's this very democratic medium. It's a free-for-all, and it's so much better than
that. Part about social control, pretending to be freedom and democracy, is extremely important. Really let that sink in. Because the whole time, like I remember back in 2008, we used to be worried that the internet would get shut off because the internet was the only way that people like Ron Paul could even be seen by by anyone. The internet was the only reason that Dennis Kucinich or Mike Gravel would get seen by anyone. So it was bipartisan. We used to be worried that they were going to turn the internet off. And I'm confident that they probably thought about it, right? And there were aspects of the Patriot Act, that we were concerned were going to have an effect on the internet. They've just realized, no. We need to look at this differently. It just means we need to put an effort into controlling, what is said on the internet, and more importantly, putting out our own message. It just became another way, like they mentioned earlier, to beam social engineering into your living room. But in this case, it's worse than TV. Even in the old generations, we used to talk about the boob tube or how TV was making you stupid because people would just gawk at it, right? And just believe whatever they saw on it. And so now what we have in the internet is something very similar, right? Is that they can't, here's the main difference. And this is why the internet is still better, right? The internet is still accessible by other people. There isn't some perfect filter on what is even allowed to end up on it, at least not yet. They're working on that. But like, for example, if you sit through a conversation where somebody like Russell Brand is really breaking down the critical thinking issues surrounding how our, elite are controlling us, or Glenn Greenwald bothering to say the quiet parts out loud that people would really prefer that nobody talked about. Like, for example, the fact that the neoconservatives have largely found their way into the Biden administration, and that the neoconservatives only opposed Donald Trump because he wouldn't go to war for them. That's why people like Liz Cheney all of a sudden didn't like Trump, despite the fact that she voted in favor of everything he wanted. I think it was like 87% of the time. So, and then the media got to try to get everybody to just believe Liz Cheney was their darling, including on the left. It was bizarre because Liz Cheney is pro-gun, is pro-abortion, right? I'm sorry, pro-life is what I meant to say. Just holds all these other views that the left would want you completely canceled for on everything else. Talk bad about Trump though, and it's like baptism. You're cleared of all your sins. But anyway, back to the point. This point about you believing you're free, you believing that you are critically thinking, you believing that you know what's up. That's actually a big part of what I said in the Do You Think for Yourself episode about the Fahrenheit 411 movie, the modern version, was just like, do you think for yourself? Well, how do you know that? How do you know that you actually have all of the information necessary? I mean, just look at the stuff about January 6th. We're now getting all of this footage that we were not allowed to see before because it tells a different story. There was still violence on January 6th. That's obvious. But there was also a lot of places where there was no violence on January 6th. But that didn't fit the narrative. That's the reason why if you want alternative media, you're going to have to support it yourself. There's a reason why, for some reason, I interviewed Brett Weinstein, who has a shitload of subscribers. I've been featured on people's channels who have hundreds of thousands of subscribers. I've interviewed Peter Boghossian, who has a shitload of subscribers, yet my channel still has 5,800 the last time I checked. There's a reason why I'm on all these other mediums, because people who have these kinds of nuanced conversations, that's the last thing they want. They really want you to line up in your pig trough of either, jackasses or elephants. That's really what they want. Pick one or the other, and there's no room for anybody in the middle. So anyway, back to the video.
In that old society with the gatekeepers that were controlling the flows of information, really that's not how it's panning out. And what we're seeing is that a couple big companies are really, most of the information is flowing through a couple big companies that are acting as the new gatekeepers. These algorithms do the same thing that the human editors do. They just do it much less visibly and with much less accountability.
And with a level of fine-tuning and individual customization never before possible.
They have a lot of the same dynamics that are driving what they show people and what they hide from people as the old media did. How these things are architected have huge consequences that are political.
The filter bubble puts you at the centre of what seems like a vast world of connectivity and relevance. But really, you're in a walled information garden, a holding cell of two-way mirrors, a giant echo chamber. What happens to our communities, our relationships, the culture, if we're all walking around in mirror cocoons with this hyper-individualism, this lack of collective awareness?
There's this thing called confirmation bias, which is basically our tendency to feel good about information that confirms what we already believe. And you can actually see this in the brain. People get a little dopamine hit when they're told that they're right, essentially. And so, if you were able to construct an algorithm that could show people whatever you wanted, and if the only purpose was actually to get people to click more and to view more pages, why would you ever show them something that makes them feel uncomfortable, makes them feel like they may not be right, makes them feel like there's more to the world than our own little narrow ideas?
And doesn't that, in effect, reinforce polarization within the society in terms of people not being exposed to and listening to the viewpoints of others that they may disagree with?
Right. I mean, democracy really requires this idea of discourse, of people hearing different ideas and responding to them and thinking about them. And, I come back to this famous Daniel Patrick Moynihan quote where he says, everybody's entitled to their own opinions, but not their own facts. It's increasingly possible to live in an online world in which you do have your own facts, and you Google climate change and you get the climate change links for you. And you don't actually get exposed necessarily. You don't even know what the alternate arguments are.
And again, this guy was he identified himself during his TED Talk as a progressive. This film was made back in 2017, so right after Trump was elected. And now, there's a famous Twitter quote that I put in my video, why are they panicking that Elon Musk bought Twitter? Where the guy says, if democracy is going to work, we need more content moderation, not less. Because that's really what they think. Again, remember, this is extremely dangerous to our democracy. If we, meaning that was the mantra of the mainstream media, trying to protect, their control over our democracy. Democracy doesn't function if we don't have all the information. But certain people, like the Twitter files revealed, that they don't want us to have all the information.
As we willingly pour our lives into the screens not only simply reflect this more of the same, it's strengthening corporate power, studying and analysing us inside this playpen, projecting into our individually targeted mirror world. We become the product of the consumer culture in totality.
There's a myth online that what we're doing is free. All that's happened is the place that revenue and value is extracted from us has been shifted.
Everything we do on a computer produces a transaction record. Right? Whether it's your laptop, whether it's your phone, whether it's an ATM machine, a toll booth, using your credit card, anything with a computer creates a transaction record. Right? Data is a byproduct of all of our information society socialization. Increasingly, companies, computers are mediating all of our social interactions. And all of this data is increasingly stored and increasingly searchable.
And this is not only where social control centers from via a screen culture. It's where our value is ultimately extracted, turned into huge profits. And we think this is a good deal. We get so much for what we think is free. Think about your digital trails. What did you do today that involved a computer, a screen, your choice or not? The screens are always watching, saving. Example. When you browse the web, if a page has that like button, Facebook collects information about where you visit. Even if you're not on Facebook, the fact that you've been somewhere, Facebook knows, because the like button is there. And even if you don't click, it's been loaded from Facebook's servers. They know. And this information's used to shape your experience. The same is true for Google. The millions upon millions of websites that run Google Ads, or use Google Analytics software, or make use of any Google code, YouTube video, search buttons or images. If anything touches Google, Google knows. Think about all of those websites across the internet that these companies track, analyze, dominate and influence. How are our lives shaped by this? And how do we even know what's happening behind the scenes? We've become so sparing in our understanding of these technologies, these corporate interests, and how they wrap around our lives. What happens when I click this button?
The product online is not the content. The product online is you. The product online are the eyeballs looking at that content and as much information about how to influence the hands connected to those eyeballs as possible. You know, when you average kid today, you know, you look at Facebook and you think, oh, look at this place. Facebook is here to help me make friends. Isn't that great? You know, this is what this is for. Right? The distance between the user and the program is so great. We don't even know what the programs we're using are for. I talked to little Johnny, and he thinks that Facebook's there to help him make friends. You go to Facebook. What do you think they're talking about there? How are we going to help little Johnny make more friends? Deeper, lasting human relationships? No, they're thinking, how are we going to monetize Johnny's social graph? Right? How are we going to use big data to predict what Johnny's going to do and then sell Johnny's future to himself before he knows he's there himself?
What you have with the internet is a world on the one hand where a lot of young men, and they tend to be young men, spout a lot of nonsense, in my view, about democratization and egalitarianism and the opening up of everything. On the other hand, these young men are becoming infinitely rich and powerful.
Does this concern you? A convergence of corporate and state information power that old media empires could only dream of.
There is right now a huge, huge commercial push or corporate push to collect as much data as possible.
Right now, the default rule for Google and pretty much all of its competitors is that they keep everything. They have a log of every search made through Google since it started in the dorm rooms at Stanford. What you Google for defines you. A log of your searches on Google or any other search engine is practically the closest thing to a printout of the contents of your brain that we've ever seen. It indicates your political leanings, your religious leanings, your medical concerns, your sexual concerns, a vast array of sensitive data that in the past no one ever had.
Stare into the lights, my pretties. The society of the spectacle. Captive populations glued to screens, engineered with ever-increasing precision and insight.
The basic fundamental paradigm of advertising is called one-to-one marketing. That's what was made possible by the internet. I can know everything you do, and I can reach you at any point. First, in the 90s, it was when you were in front of a computer. But now, because of the growth of the internet, and especially mobile devices, I can reach you 24/7. I can reach you and your friends, and I can target you, and I can engage in invisible digital behavior modification.
What sort of ministry of truth style world actually exists and would be perpetuated because of these huge, powerful engines? Engines that now have global reach and extensive influence over the information streams accessed by billions of people. Today, in the United States, more than 85% of adults get their news from social media, and 64% get news from only one source, usually Facebook. And so the behavior modification doesn't just end with advertising, buying stuff, and how we'd be shaped into accepting a single news feed. The mega machine is much bigger than that. Corporate forces make huge profits, not only off the data about who we are and what we do, and by shaping us to be subservient consumers, and the cycle goes round and round. This manipulation is now done so well that politics has turned to using the very same methods. The billionaires that are behind politicians for corporate interest, who want us to vote a certain way or depend on a certain political outcome, not only donate huge amounts of money to individual candidates, but tap into the rich troves of digital data trails about each of us to generate extremely targeted campaigns.
The goal is to come up with an individual level statistical prediction of your likelihood of supporting their candidate or of casting a ballot at all.
Then they target you for ads. The Obama campaign is widely believed to have had the most sophisticated data mining operation.
And so they created basically a holistic system where they could not just target people, but figure out the best ways to target people.
It's my privilege to speak to you today about the power of big data and psychographics in the electoral process. Back in the days of Mad Men, communication was essentially top-down. That is, it's creative-led. Brilliant minds get together and come up with slogans like beans means Heinz and Coca-Cola is it, and they push these messages onto the audience in the hope that they resonate. Today, we don't need to guess at what creative solution may or may not work. We can use hundreds or thousands of individual data points on our target audiences to understand exactly which messages are going to appeal to which audiences way before the creative process starts.
We started to look at issue models, predicting which issues, social and political, appeal to which members of the target audience, which voters. We actually assigned different issues to every adult in the entire United States. We could then take these models and put them into a matrix where we can categorize people or segment them according to how they're likely to behave. Core Trump supporters, top right, may be more susceptible to a donation solicitation. Get out the vote, people who are going to vote Republican, but they need persuading to do so. Persuasion audiences, people who need shifting a little bit from the center towards the right. Once we've identified a segment, we can then sub-segment them by the issues that are most relevant to them and then start to target them with specific messages.
Axiom. Quantium. Palantir. The companies behind the companies. The new age of the consumer culture that has also subsumed politics, run by data. Seemingly everything is run by data. Technocracy is the new democracy. These forces are the pervasive hidden hand in much of the online world, openly bragging about how they can manipulate us with scientific precision on a scale never before possible.
The commercial surveillance system that the advertisers have created all across the world is stunning and a cause for serious alarm. It threatens our civil liberties. It's about getting us to buy high interest rate credit cards, junk food, prescription drugs for illnesses we may or may not have, politicians who may or may not be good for us. That's what all this data is being used for. We have no access to this data. We have no ability to control this information. We can't challenge it. We can't correct it. So we've allowed the Googles and the Facebooks and the Yahoos to create invisible repositories of information about each and every one of us that they can use when it's close to us. So ultimately, it's not about just selling. It's about maybe the next evolution of capitalism, creating an undemocratic society.
So the phrase that's often used, "I've got nothing to hide, so I've got nothing to fear," is something that's often said by people. To that I always say, you've got nothing to fear, nothing to hide until somebody identifies that you have otherwise.
Business leaders. Excuse me.
What's up?
What are we doing here?
Oh, I'm taking a video.
I'd appreciate it if you'd go somewhere else with that, okay?
Oh, it's fine. It's just a video.
It's offensive to me. Excuse me, I'm trying to have a private conversation. Could you respect that?
There's a great deal of information about humans that you don't want to have widely available, that you want to provide particular protections for.
It's just a video, man.
I hear you.
Okay.
I'm having a private conversation. Would you please move?
We hear this nonsense about the only people who are concerned about privacy are people with something to hide. Well, yes. How about your password? How about your PIN? How about various aspects of your physical person? How about various aspects of your health? Various aspects of your finances, the fact that you've got a really, really valuable painting in a house that's really easy to break into and that doesn't have a security system. How about the way your kids go to and from school? What your daughter drinks and which drink to spike. There's any number of things that people have to hide.
Do you not understand what I'm saying? It's a private conversation.
All right, calm down.
Leave.
Calm down.
Leave.
It's just a video.
Fuck you. You got it? And the horse you rode in on. Jesus Christ, you have no respect for anybody. What are you gonna do, follow me around now? Jesus fucking Christ.
I should just stay outside their home and start capturing their every move as they interact in their front lawn, their back lawn, anywhere I can see from the front of their yard. And then what I should do is get in my car, put a GPS device on theirs covertly, and follow them down the street. And then I should get out at work and say, "Hi, it's me again. I'm wearing the camera, I'm recording you." And then I should follow them home and then see how they feel the next day when I do the same thing. And the day after that, and the day after that, and I think they'll get really sick of me really quick.
What are you doing?
I'm just taking a video.
Why are you taking video without asking us?
What?
Shouldn't you ask us first before you take a video?
Oh, you seem confused.
Yeah, you're not. We have this room and you just like barge in.
Oh.
Can you leave? Dude, what's your problem? Can you just leave?
Huh?
Can you ask us why you're taking a video?
Just taking a video.
Okay, well, I don't want to be taking a video.
Why are you so worried about it?
I'm not worried, you're just being annoying.
Look at it this way. You ever go to the grocery store? You know, there's like surveillance cameras everywhere.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal.
Okay, well.
Just a video. I mean,
No, you're just being annoying.
Can I ask who you are?
what?
What are you doing?
I'm taking a video.
Of what?
Just a video.
Why are you taking a video of me?
Why not?
I don't really care for other people to just be taking a random video of me.
Didn't you just come out of the drugstore?
Yeah.
They have cameras in there.
So?
What are you doing? Hey, how are you?
How are you? Good?
You know what problem? What are you doing?
We got a photographer.
I don't know who this guy is.
What are you doing?
Hey, son.
Hey, hello? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
You don't know.
He's been
Come on.
following us and taking like, what are you doing?
Why don't you answer him? Hello?
Hello?
Chief,
Hey, Chief. What are you doing?
do you talk? Do you talk? Hello?
We're going to meet somebody.
Holy crap.
How you doing?
I'm good. This is freaking me out.
Yeah, I know.
It's freaking.
Should be really freaking you guys out.
And this is what the mega machine does. It follows us everywhere, tracking, recording, analysing, scrutinising, unanswerable. So why aren't we pissed off about this in the same way? Is it because the surveillance is diffuse, coming at us at all directions? It's not a guy with a camera right in front of our eyes.
Why are you taking a picture for?
It's something that's been normalised in slow incremental stages. A kind of creeping normalcy, hidden in plain sight.
Most people who go about their everyday life are oblivious to CCTV cameras.
You're getting a picture like that of someone that you can't, the person's not going to be able to question what's going on.
Even mobile CCTV now on police cars. And what that's called is the novelty effect wears off. So if something is new, I look up and I think, oh, it's new, it's invaded my space. Just like when telegraphs were introduced and people saw terrestrial lines that carried voice calls. Wow, what are these things, you know? We see windmills today and we think, oh, wow, a windmill. Or we see other infrastructure and we think, oh, aren't those base stations at the top of the building looking ugly? So we do notice these things initially, but we become oblivious to them over time. I don't notice base stations anymore, and I used to work very closely with where base stations went.
For mobile phones.
For mobile phones. The novelty effect wears off, and with that wearing off, we become immune and we forget to question what is going on.
The Jews who lived in Holland in 1939 had nothing to fear from a database that identified them as being Jews. Well, they don't have anything to fear now because they're all dead, with very few exceptions. The people who had reasonable educational qualifications in Cambodia in the 70s had nothing to fear. What's there to fear about knowing that you've got a certificate or an advanced diploma? Well, most of them are dead too. In Rwanda, Burundi, it was being thought to be of a particular ethnic background. Now, it's not terribly easy for people to tell ethnic backgrounds when they're tribal and they're adjacent, and they've been adjacent for hundreds and even thousands of years. But the decision was made that you were of that ethnic persuasion and therefore you were dead. Now these are just the sharp end, where the worst case of invasion of privacy occurs and you get killed. There's lots and lots of circumstances where obscure bits of information do harm to people that's somewhat less than killing them. Misinterpretation of, oh, you've got a criminal record, oh, we can't hire anybody with a criminal record. Well, you've got to work out what that was for. There have been people who had a criminal record because they were demonstrators against the Vietnam War, or they were demonstrators against apartheid in South Africa, who, once it has become apparent to the employer why they had the criminal record, they were instantly hired. You've got to understand the full background of the circumstances. There's tests of relevance, there's tests of accuracy, precision, and so on. Now, information is complex and delicate, and its use is complex and delicate. So when we look at personal information and we look at the use of personal data and the interpretation of personal data, we've got to be very, very careful. Everybody's got something to hide, and everybody will discover in the coming years, 5, 10 and 15 years from now, that some of the things they didn't think they needed to hide would have been better off hidden because they've suffered because of that information's availability. It's a delicate flower. We've got to be careful with people.
A lot of people say, well, I'm not doing anything, so it doesn't matter. Well, you may not be doing anything now, but you can't say anything contrary to the administrative position, because you may become a target. And if you do that and you become a target, they've already assembled all this back data on you. Now they could start looking for some way to charge you with some kind of criminal act or harass you in some way, like at the border internally here. They can harass you through businesses. Things like that. All that is that's a real danger when government assembles that kind of knowledge about its citizenry. I mean, from my background, the KGB, the Stasi, the SS, and the Gestapo, they could never have dreamt of having such an ability to monitor the population. That's the real threat.
Can you imagine that a guy from the NSA is actually saying that all of their enemies before put together is essentially less than what they have built to deploy on all of us?
Surveillance is much more pervasive in our online lives than it is in our offline lives. And I think a lot of, most people in the United States and the democratic West are not aware of that, because when police officers come into your house or come into your office and they go through your files, they go through your desk, they go through your drawers and cabinets, it's pretty obvious that happened. If they do the equivalent in your email, in your, online storage spaces, in your Facebook, you don't know. You have no idea it ever happened, so you're not going to raise a fuss about it.
In a way, there's a kind of self-surveillance that I think that young people don't think about in political terms. But it is a political issue. People put their lives on the screen. They put really intimate details of their lives out there, and with very little thought that there might be people using that information in ways that are not benign.
That's why I say there will always be another bigotry. That is to say, you don't know what in some future environment you will be accused of being. Possibly being in favour of heterosexuality will one day be a bad thing. Having been a member of a particular church which has become discredited could become a bad thing, which could be a black mark, which could result in you not being able to, for example, join the public service. Those sorts of things have happened in the past, and they've
Now just think about this, because this was made in 2017. Heterosexuality may be, supporting heterosexuality may become a bad thing. Being a Christian may be, become a bad thing. And you look at all of these Twitter cancel mobs who will go back into 10 years of your history to do it now, right? This is really hilarious, because what he just said is basically kind of coming true now. It reminds me of my old parody streams, let's look back at old parodies and see how many of them have just simply become the truth.
Anyway, let's keep going.
Happened in many countries, including in Australia. Do we really want to be gifting that kind of history forever to a corporation? Now, of course, those people who use Facebook and put stuff on Facebook that invades their own privacy, embarrasses them when they apply for jobs 3 years later, and indeed embarrasses their friends when their friends apply for jobs 3 years later. The people who do those kinds of things on Facebook might well say, so what? I think in 3 years' time or 5 years' time or 15 years' time, those people are going to look at it differently. They're going to be saying, but surely you're not going to take notice of that rubbish. I was off my face when I was young. Aren't people supposed to get off their face when they're young? That's the attitude that many of us have. Young people are always more happier with risks than older people are. And that's the same person. The older one is more risk averse than the younger one was. Yes, I and many of my friends, before I had a grey beard, did lots of stupid things. I had the advantage that they were only visible in a limited space because the ability to film things was nothing like then what it is now. And they were not only limited in space, they were limited in time because they weren't recorded and they weren't subsequently available to anybody except by word of mouth. So I'm protected. My youth's all right. All the things I did that were stupid in my youth aren't up there on Facebook and won't be, and they aren't in Gmail. But the current generation are facing a different thing. They're facing capture and recording and retention in ways that we think is quite inappropriate. It runs quite against the grain for humans.
Somebody told me that they can listen to what we're saying by my having this even if it's turned off.
Yes. Here's the real grand design. Every domain, think of a domain as an activity, a specific type of activity, phone calls, or banking is another domain. So if you think of graphing each domain, and then each graph then turning it in the third dimension, the trick now is to map through all the domains in that third dimension, pulling together all the attributes that any individual has in every domain, so that now I can pull your entire life together. The purpose is to be able to monitor what people are doing. You build social networks for everybody. That then turns into the graph, and then you index all that data to that graph, which means you can pull out a community that gives you an outline of the life of everybody in the community. And if you carry it over time from 2001 up, you have that 10 years worth of their life that you could lay out in a timeline. That involves anybody in the country. The dangers here are that we fall into something like a totalitarian state like East Germany.
That's actually the creepy thing about surveillance, like preemptive surveillance. You can find anything about someone, you can make stuff up, you just collect all this material and you can go back later and interpret it in so many ways. And so everybody can become the enemy instantaneously.
Where are we while all this is happening right in front of our eyes? Are we paying attention?
One of the big questions of our age, I think, is whether the internet is helping make people more informed. And, clearly we all have a lot more access to information. But is that information turning into a better informed citizenry that's better able to make decisions about the important issues that we all face? And at this point, we have a lot of data on this. And I think we can actually say it's not really. Pew did a big study of the differences in people's informedness about foreign affairs before and after the internet. So they looked at 1989 and 2007. And they found that on many metrics, actually, people dropped in terms of their in terms of their knowledge of foreign affairs. And that's really weird because right now, it's as easy to go to dissent or Le Monde as it is to go to the New York Times. There's no barrier to entry here. And yet, the percentage of Americans who know the name of the Russian president has actually dropped by like 10 percentage points. And of course, this isn't just a problem of informedness about foreign affairs, and we've all seen these studies. Americans are pretty poorly informed about domestic affairs as well. 44% can't define the Bill of Rights. Americans want to cut foreign aid from what they think it's at, about 30%, to about 14% of the budget. Actually, it's way less than 1%, right? And so, we have this this real challenge of informedness.
We have a situation in which a significant percentage of the population doesn't vote, doesn't care about the issues, is tuned out entirely, is what we call depoliticized. In fact, we have a rate of depoliticization in the United States that must make a tyrant like in Indonesia envious. They say, how can I get one of these vegged out populations?
That film that they just showed a clip of, Orwell Rolls in His Grave, is one I used to show on the old V radio, like VTV channel on Justin TV. And it still holds up to today. But it's one of the films that pointed out that the way that our media currently works was a bipartisan effort. Ronald Reagan deregulated a lot of the media on his own. And then Bill Clinton signed the bill that allowed basically what there used to be a legal limit on how much of the news one person was allowed to own. And Bill Clinton was the one who got rid of that. So it's always been that way, that both parties kind of understand that it's better for the wealthy to own most of the media and have most of the control over it. Anyway, back to the film.
We adopt without realizing what the repercussions are to our everyday life. And the more we become ingrained in this new technology, in this web, in this internet of everything, we are actually becoming commodified subjects whereby our patterns and trends are analyzed, and that data is then on-sold to others so that they can manipulate us. It's an information manipulation of the individual. It's an exploitation of sorts.
And we also don't grow up in a culture that encourages critical thought or radical thought or really any thought.
Well, what about the responses of those who run these search engines, that they're merely responding to the interests and needs of the people who use the system?
Well, I think that they say we're just giving people what we want. And I say, well, what do you mean by what we want? Because I think actually all of us want a lot of different things. And there's a short-term sort of compulsive self that clicks on the celebrity gossip and the, more trivial articles, and there's a longer-term self that wants to be informed about the world and be a good citizen. And those things are in tension all the time. They're we have those two forces inside us, and the best media helps us it helps the long-term self get an edge a little bit. It gives us some information vegetables and some information dessert, and you get a balanced information diet. This is like you're just surrounded by empty calories, by information junk food.
Cereal, the colors, the aroma, the fruity taste.
You wouldn't ever believe that Facebook is a place to create friends without knowing that there's a whole lot of other motivations around it.
I really think that Facebook needs to be focused on building the best experiences for people around the world.
That's one of the reasons why people talk about media literacy. That's one of the reasons why we try to teach children that advertising isn't telling you that a certain breakfast cereal is good for you because it's good for you. It's trying to tell you that it's because they want you to buy it, and the chances are it's not good for you because it's full of sugar. That's why it tastes so nice,
This is an interesting point. I actually was just discussing with my son the other day because he asked me how I raised them, meaning him and his sister, because he observed that the way he looks at the world is so much more critical thinking, and just like he's way more aware of like the social complexities, and so is my daughter. And one of the things I told him was I prevented my children from being allowed to see pretty much any advertising at all until a certain age. And I remember distinctly the day that somebody like who didn't know that, like I had a TV in the kids' room, and it was generally on PBS Sprout, which had no advertising. And one day, something happened and the channel got changed. And then a roommate of mine who didn't know any better stuck Nickelodeon on. And I knew that it had happened within about 5 minutes because it was literally the first time my children had ever been exposed to advertising. And they came running into my room talking about stuff they had seen on the TV that now they wanted to own. There's a great documentary I also used to watch on VTV called Consuming Kids that talks about this. And it's very insidious because, it's okay to show commercials about things you might want to sell to children. That's a little different. It's just that they don't just go with that. They would put devices on kids' heads to watch their brains and how they responded to certain sounds and certain colors. It's a whole brainwashing metric now on how they market to kids. And you can see when it happens because these kids will get something and then they'll lose interest in it within about 5 minutes. And it was so important to them before, right? So advertising is an extremely powerful thing. And it's one of the reasons why I have a YouTube subscription is only because I don't ever want to fucking look at it. Drives me crazy, and advertising, however, doesn't just stop at products. It's political candidates, it's ideas, it's concepts, right? Like advertising for mutilating your children if they believe they're a different gender, advertising for believing that if you don't do this, that your child will kill themselves, advertising for anything, right? All of these concepts are meant to try to control you. Again, beaming social engineering into your living room. Let's keep going. So the same is true for Facebook then?
Well,
it's full of sugar and it tastes enough.
Psychologists and biologists have constructed many different models of behavior. For the sake of consistency, we shall describe only one of them, the model of behavior theory associated with B.F. Skinner.
My name is Skinner, and I'm a behaviorist. As such, I study rats, pigeons, children, and adults. Naturally, the brain plays an important role in bridging the gap between what has happened to a person and his current behavior.
Most of the early work in behavior theory used the white rat as a subject, and so does much that is being done today. This is a final performance of a rat already trained to press the lever. Each response is reinforced, and the rat has established a pattern of pressing with the right paw that involves little wasted effort.
main thing is what we call schedules of reinforcement. Reinforcement is what the layman calls reward, and you can schedule it so that a reward occurs every now and then when a pigeon does something. We usually use a response with a pigeon pecking a little disc, a little spot on the wall, and you can reinforce with food, but you don't reinforce every time. Perhaps every 10th time, or perhaps only once every minute or something like that. There are a very large number of schedules, and they have their special effects. And there is a good example of how you can move from the pigeon to the human case, because one of the schedules which is very effective is what we call the variable ratio schedule, and that is at the heart of all gambling devices, and it has the same effect. The pigeon can become a pathological gambler just as a person can. Now, the fact that we found that out with pigeons and could prove it by removing and changing the schedule makes it easy for us to interpret the case with the human subject. We don't say that the human subject gambles to punish himself, as the Freudians might say, or gambles because he feels excited when he does so. Nothing of the sort. People gamble because of the schedule of the reinforcement that follows, and this is true of all gambling systems. They all have variable ratios built into them.
If you're using the metaphor of Las Vegas slot machines, it's one thing for a person to make a choice to get into a car, to drive to a casino, to get out and to play the slot machines there. It's another thing if there's a slot machine baked into or right next to the moment-to-moment choices and thoughts that they have to make. A slot machine is persuasive because it operates on a principle of intermittent variable reward, which means that you pull some lever and sometimes you get an exciting, enticing reward, and other times you don't. And it's exactly when it's unpredictable, when uncertainty is maximized, that people get the largest rush and the largest addictiveness is created when it's a variable reward, an intermittent variable schedule reward. And your phone works the same way. You check your phone and sometimes it's like, oh, I got a text message from the girl I'm trying to date, or I got this exciting new TED Talk on my phone or something. And then sometimes you check your phone and it's like nothing, right? And so each time we don't know if we're gonna strike gold and win or, we won't. And it's very persuasive. Every app, every website, every service is competing ultimately for attention. Even if you're building a meditation app, your goal is to hook people so that they meditate every day. They open the app every day. If you're the New York Times, you need people to visit every day. If you're an addictive game or Facebook, you need people to come every day and to stay as long as possible. So everyone is competing for the one finite resource that we all have, which is attention or our time. What's the best way to get attention? It's to be better and better at persuading people, at tapping into more and more of these psychological instincts so that people come back and stay. You wake up in the morning and one of the first things people do is they turn their phone over and they check it. And that programs their whole mind to think about their day, about what they owe to the world, the obligations they have to repay. And whenever we have a break in time, we don't know what to think about, so we often check our phone to see, well, what should I be thinking about? Who can I get back to? So what typically happened with persuasion was it was a billboard or something like that. So there was a moment where you're driving and you see something and it changes your beliefs about a product. That's one kind of persuasion, but another way is when it's actually influencing the contents of your mind moment to moment.
And this is what Skinner talks about and envisaged in the 1950s. Society can be acculturated and programmed using powerful forms of persuasion based on addiction and reward.
Professor Skinner has even written a novel, Walden 2, his vision of a whole society programmed on the reward system, behaving infallibly and being happy doing it.
Skinner has a very ingenious way of making a system of
highly compulsive organizations seem as though it were a very humane one. This is his great and original contribution. The old-fashioned mechanical collectives, the mega machines as I call them, were brutal. They used punishment as a way of enforcing conformity. Skinner and the psychological school that he represents have found a much better system than punishment. They first tried it out on animals, and now they're applying it to human beings. Reward them. Make them do exactly what you want them to do without the whip, but with some form of sugar-coated drug or candy, which will make them think that they're actually enjoying every moment of it. This is the most dangerous of all systems of compulsion. That's why I regard Skinner's Walden 2 as another name for hell. And it would be a worse hell because we wouldn't realize we were there. We would imagine that we're still in heaven.
It's all about how do you make your website or your app stickier? How do you retain attention? Right now, it's measured through these little units of time and clicks, and how long do you sit there? And you think about what is the logical sort of end point that they're after here. They are trying to turn everybody into what looks a lot like an addict. When you're at the machine, your whole bodily posture is different. You're kind of slumped down, your eyes look a little glazed over, and you're just repetitively tapping with your finger. And the motivation there is that you've really dropped out of the world. You're just in the rhythm of the play, the next spin and the next spin and the next spin. We all have these sorts of experiences today with machines. I think we've all glimpsed the zone, so to speak, whether it's trying to buy something in an eBay auction or playing Candy Crush. It's this sense that you can just keep going and you don't know what the next is going to be. You're on Facebook, you're photo clicking, you don't know what's going to come and you don't know when. An incredibly small, repetitive little loop. And that ludic loop is being used more and more in the world at large, but especially online and websites. This would also be the term gamification that we always hear about. And the idea is that if you create these little slot machine-like loops with rewards and levels and bonuses, you're going to hook people in. And it is true that it has those effects, but also with the collateral damage and the consequences, that there's this little clicking, micro-clicking culture, and this sort of corporate value is increasingly coming to be measured in terms of clicks and likes. It's a kind of nano monetization of human experience.
If the thought process that went into building these applications, Facebook being the first of them to really understand it, that thought process was all about how do we consume as much of your time and conscious attention as possible. And that means that we need to sort of give you a little dopamine hit every once in a while because someone liked or commented on a photo or a post or whatever. And that's going to get you to contribute more content, and that's going to get you more likes and comments. I mean, it's a social validation feedback loop that it's like it's exactly the kind of thing that a hacker like myself would come up with, because you're exploiting a vulnerability in human psychology. And I think that the inventors, creators, and it's me, it's Mark, it's Kevin Systrom at Instagram, it's all of these people, understood this consciously, and we did it anyway.
Look at the devolution of the way we represent ourselves online has devolved from the quirky, personalized HTML web page, homepage of the 90s, to the somewhat modular but still strange presence of a MySpace page, to the completely formatted and market-friendly presence of a Facebook page. What we've done is moved from personal, human, open-ended self-expression to completely market and computer-friendly, regimented and conformist expression. And that's because we've turned the net from a venue for self-expression to a way to render ourselves up onto the market.
Hey guys! Hey guys! Hey guys!
What's up, guys? Hey guys, what is up?
What's up, guys?
What's up, you guys? What's going on, you guys? Hey, you guys.
Subscribe to my channel.
Click here to subscribe.
Subscribe. Subscribe!
Subscribe. Click the subscribe button.
Hey guys, I'd just like to take this opportunity to say you should subscribe to my channel. And if you're not supporting me on Patreon or PayPal or Subscribestar, you can do so at hy.page/bradio. Anyway, let's keep going.
Screen culture is not only addictive, but obsessive-compulsive addictive. It's a health problem, and we've yet to really master even to begin where to ask the questions. It's taken us 20 years to realize that fast foods cause obesity. And this is a well-known fact. Fast food advertising, even in the sports arena, causes obesity. How long is it going to take us to realize the addictive nature of smartphone usage? 5 years, 10 years? Is that going to be too late by then because the mimicry will have been well entrenched in the next generation? What do you do about that? The thing is, you've got to do something about it today.
Absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. As witness the smoking in the 50s, that was the mantra of the tobacco companies, that there wasn't any evidence. So that's the first issue. Second, as a neuroscientist, I think there is evidence, certainly, that the brain will adapt, and therefore it's not an unreasonable assumption that it will adapt in a way that is equipped to survive almost as though it's a computer itself in a two-dimensional world where fast responses are mandated in response to stimulation rather than in a thought. Third, there is actually evidence accumulating. There's Nicholas Carr's The Shallows, there's Richard Watson's Future Minds, there's Sherry Turkle's Alone Together. There's a brilliant review by Daphne Bavelier in the very high-impact journal Neuron from last year, where she suggested that there was a tendency now for increase in distraction, violence and addiction related to screen technologies. Now, of course, one swallow doesn't make a summer, and one can go through all the literature and find fault with some of the studies and show their shortcomings, of course. But we must do this, we must have the debate.
Most of the reactions that have taken place in art, including those that come under the head of the beatniks and the hippies, have some underlying sense in the reaction itself. But the remedy is part of the disease. The remedy, in fact, makes it easier for the institutions that now have their hold upon us to be even more compulsive and even more effective than ever before. If we don't care, if we drop out, if we lose ourselves in insane fantasy of some kinds, we lose our possibility of restoring our own autonomy, of taking charge of our life, because this requires greater energy, greater effort than that which is required to live through the daily life of a machine worker. We have to become fully activated human beings, every part of us, tremendously alive and ready to take charge. And this can't be done by people who are in escape, people who are form the habit of total rejection. We must know what we want, not just what we don't want.
We are sleepwalking into a world that has become over-reliant on technique. Soon, we will not just be talking about the social implications of technology, but about how society has become technology. We, who created the computer, will invite it into our body to govern us, and the machine itself will rule over us. Ladies and gentlemen, I leave you with one final question. Who will control this emerging new smart surveillance infrastructure? And what will be the rights of the controlled?
There's these transhumanists who believe that someday humans will be incorporated into the machine, and machines and humans will sort of be one. And really what I have to say to them, apart from the fact that they're completely crazy, is that they're way too late and it's already happened. We're already embedded in these machines, and we are enthralled to these machines. Think about it. Do you touch plastic or human flesh more often? You know, or think about it. How many machines do you have daily relationships with? And on the other hand, how many wild animals do you have daily relationships with? And if you have daily relationships with your machines, you can come to believe that those machines are more important than the real world.
This is what matters. The experience of a product. Will it make life better?
You see that?
Life. Of this. On a phone.
More people connect face-to-face on the iPhone. All my students have the brand new Surface.
The more that technology can fit into our lives.
Until every idea we touch
You should get a GS4.
enhances each life it touches.
If you only hear things that come from humans or their creations, you can come to believe that humans and their creations are the only ones who exist. And this leads to the same thing that happens to other people who are living in echo chambers, which is if you're in an echo chamber, if you're under sensory deprivation conditions, you start to hallucinate. Most of our ideologies are hallucinations.
Increasingly, the techno-haves are very, very distinct from the techno-have-nots, where some people are on $1 a day with no access to drinking water, and there's other people with Game Boy thumbs and Prozac and Botox and so on. And it struck me that this world, leaving aside humanitarian issues, was economically and ecologically not viable. You can't have a divide like that.
The mythology of technological change really is that it's beyond our control. That technology is like one of the great forces of the universe, that it will progress inevitably, and that all we can do is jump on or jump out the way, you know, that there is no stopping technology. And that is a myth which is propagated to make us feel powerless, that we have any say in the way that technology is used. Because technology is an expression of the elites of the society that create it. But what we should take from that is that once we know that the three elites that are actually harnessing technological power and spreading this myth that there's nothing we can do about it, then in fact, once we see that for the myth that it is, then we are more able to say,
resistance is not futile.
This culture will consume the world in order to power these machines. And, you know, it doesn't require some fiendishly clever conspiracy on the part of machines to do this. What it requires is, I love this line, unquestioned assumptions or unquestioned beliefs are the real authorities of any culture. And all it takes is an unwillingness to question the beliefs on which the system is based. And there's a great line also by Upton Sinclair. It's hard to make a man understand something when his job depends on him not understanding it. And I would say it's hard to make a person understand something when their entitlement depends on them not understanding it. And when their addiction depends on them not understanding it. I think that it's all tied to addiction too. The word addiction actually comes from the same root as to enslave, because originally a judge would issue an edict causing someone to become a slave, and so they were addicted. It's pretty clear, you know, when we talk about people who are heroin addicts or something, it's pretty clear that they are enslaved to the addiction. And it's a little bit less easy to see in ourselves as we spend most of the day staring at a screen. And it's also a bit more difficult to see when we talk about some group of people being addicted to power over others, which is what this culture is really based on.
There is no way that technology is neutral. You know, technology reflects the elites, the passions, the capacities of the people that create and then continue to use it. Once you start looking at the technology plus the culture, those things together mean that the technology is constructed in a certain way, and it's understood in a certain way, and it's used in a certain way. And once you start putting all those things together, then it has a purpose for the people that are talking about it, which is far from neutral. Technology is always harnessed to a particular end. Now, sometimes that can be positive or negative, but it's not as simplistic as saying, oh, it's up to people how they use it, because people can only use it within the constraints of how it's designed, the knowledge that they have, and the society that they've been socialized in. And those three things together mean that technology has an actual cultural value which is far from neutral. Until we start asking those questions, you know, what are the social costs and benefits? And who is excluded? And what is the environmental cost of all this? I mean, you know, there are in terms of the huge amount of toxic landfill from discarded mobiles, for example. Yes, and you know, until we start looking at those other pictures in terms of we look at the way that technology works as a sort of as a network of connection, but instead see it as part of a living world, because technology is not part of that living world. It has an impact upon that living world. Until we see those bigger questions and technology in the broader scheme of things rather than just as its own story, I think we're only scratching the surface of the many ways in which we are using it, and we're using it to change ourselves and our futures.
Hey guys, just a heads up, because there's only 9 votes in it, but I put up a poll. Please check it out. I know a lot of you guys kind of like just listen or whatever, but I would like you guys to participate in the poll. Do you feel, you know, basically that a change in your brain pre-internet to post-internet? So, you know, obviously take part in the poll on YouTube. Doesn't look like I have any viewers right now on Twitch or anywhere else anyway. So, but in any case, let's get back to it. We're almost done.
My solution, by the way, is not to say, oh, just everybody turn off their computers. And the reason that's not the answer, yeah, we need to turn off the computers, but that's not the answer. And the reason that's not the answer is because me turning off, we have to recognize at every moment that no matter how much fun I may have playing Left 4 Dead 2 on the computer, or how much fun I may have talking to you, I have to recognize that the computer's primary purpose is, as you said earlier, where it emerged from, is making war and doing commerce. And all this other stuff is just gravy. And the global economy as it is couldn't exist without computers. And I could turn my computer off and it would not stop the destruction of the planet one little bit. What needs to happen is the entire infrastructure, the entire technique surrounding all this needs to be stopped. And it needs to be, it's so highly addictive that I think it needs to be destroyed, because I believe that people are so addicted to it that they won't give it up.
So that's it, guys, for that part. I'm going to play a couple of other videos while you guys are here. Since it's been a while since I made a lot of content, you know, we can look at some stuff, talk some more. My poll is still up in the chat. And that was Stare Into the Lights, My Pretties. I put in my description for this video, you can find a link to where you guys can check out this guy's work. He's going to be coming on the show for an interview. This documentary was made back in 2017. So I will be talking to him, and I'm sure that he's come up with, you know, some more stuff since. You know, I found this one image that I almost used for my show pick. I'll share with you guys real quick, but I think it's really telling. You know, but if you look at this, that's kind of really where we're at, guys. You know, is that the phone is in charge, and, you know, it's basically, you know, looking into our heads, you know, and as Derek pointed out at the end, and again, if you guys haven't checked out my interviews with Derek Jensen, they've all been fantastic. And he actually interviewed me for his own show that'll be coming out on his channel pretty soon. You know, he points out he doesn't think we'll ever give it up. And I obviously, ironically, as a Venus Project Zeitgeist Movement guy, I'm very pro technology. I think technology can really help us. I think the big problem we have to be careful of is just being aware of the fact that, you know, because I'm not a communist by any stretch of the imagination, but I also don't think capitalism is perfect. And when people say things like, well, capitalism breeds innovation, I'm like, with a caveat, a very serious caveat, which is capitalism breeds innovation, which is profitable. It does not breed innovation ever that would be unprofitable. It doesn't breed innovation that might eliminate someone else's profits unless there's new profits to be made. And unfortunately, that's not necessarily a good motivation for everything you're going to do in a given society. You know, so I had done a couple of short videos, and like I had mentioned earlier, you know, that you got a lot of you guys who watch my streams don't necessarily watch some of my shorter form stuff. So I'd like to bring some of it up because it was relevant to this topic. You know, and thank you guys for joining me today. I know it was a long stream, but you guys deserved a long stream after me kind of not being able to be on as much. And I want to explain that again. You know, there's a lot going on in my life right now that is very depressing, just to be blunt. Problems with my children's health, problems with my health, things like that. And when that happens, you know, it's hard for me to be the, you know, the careful, critical thinking, non-emotional guy that is the reason that you guys come watch my content, right? If I don't feel like I can put on the costume of being V, so to speak, then you know, then I don't just put out garbage. You know, so, but yeah, like Tam says, constant awareness, you know, that this is what is happening. That is really the solution. And encourage yourself to have critical analytical thinking skills, and encourage your children to have critical and analytical thinking skills. The ability to have information rapidly is not something that necessarily has to hurt humans at all. It'll actually solve a lot of problems if we can have information rapidly. I mean, like, I would have never had conversations with Derek Jensen if it wasn't for technology. I would have never had, you know, this channel wouldn't exist, right? So for those of you though who watch that, again, we're not done. Let me show you a couple of videos of mine that I did on this topic, and they're not as long. But I think you guys will really enjoy them. And don't forget to vote on my poll. I got 13 votes out of like 27, 28 viewers. So I know more of you guys have an opinion on this, but it basically comes down to, have you noticed changes in your brain? And I should clarify what I mean. Like I said earlier in the beginning of the show, I noticed that I kind of lost my ability to read books. And really the only way I could read books now, quote unquote, read books, is to get an audio book version and then play it in my car like I'm listening to a podcast. And I used to just be a voracious reader. I would read constantly, and I can't bring myself to do it anymore. It's like literally like my brain is just not okay with it. Like, but the other thing I think is kind of a drag about this for me is that I'm kind of forced into this situation, because I can't really. I'm getting around a little better with physical therapy since my broken ankle, but the damage to my spine is so bad that I'm kind of stuck in my wheelchair if I'm not in my bed. And I force myself to get out of the house so that I can coach sports, but that's a real pain in the ass in of itself. I used to have hobbies where I'd go out into the woods. I really miss that. I literally find myself finding ASMR videos that include campfires and nature sounds, because that's something I used to do on a very regular basis, and now I can't do it. I could go outside. It's just that I used to be the guy who would literally go like look at a mountain and go, you know what? I'm going to go up there and have a look around. I used to love hiking, That's like such a foreign concept now, right? I used to love swimming. I'd go out to the lake and, I remember once, actually, it was kind of an interesting story about swimming, was that I lived with a roommate for a while, and just we were super poor at that point. And this was kind of, the internet was still like America Online, but still we couldn't afford cable. We couldn't, and then all the things that people normally did, we didn't have access to. And I went, wait a minute, there's a lake next to your house. Isn't there a canoe behind your house? And I said, and he's like, yeah, there is, and then, so we would go canoeing sometimes. And then we started going swimming, right? I would just pick a spot in the lake and I would swim to it. I got really good at long distance swimming. And obviously it was really good for my health too, but I'm kind of trapped now. So it's interesting to me because while I definitely feel like my ability to consume information has been hindered, there are a lot of other things. Like I try to play video games. I actually bought a better computer and prioritized it so much because I knew I'm going to be kind of stuck in bed. And I buy video games and they're okay. I have found that I've almost developed an allergy to them. Like it's like they don't hold my interest as long as they used to. And that can be a problem when you're just stuck sitting in your bed. And the other thing is like social media. I'm on Facebook pretty much perpetually, but it's not because I don't like interacting with people in person. It's that getting out of my house, getting into a wheelchair, to then be wheeled down to my car, to then get out of the wheelchair, to get into my car, which is not really suited for wheelchairs. I have to have somebody with me because I can't put the wheelchair in and take the wheelchair in and out of my car myself. Basically, social interaction became very difficult. Like I used to be a guy, I would go to conventions, I used to go out and film protests too. If you guys look at my old channel, I got a lot of old video on there from when I was with Occupy. I loved that stuff, and all of that's been taken from me. So I'm just kind of stuck now in this situation. So let's go back though to this video that I did, that I was talking about it earlier, but it has to do with the way that mainstream media is responding to the direct threat over the control of their democracy, and just how kind of Orwellian dystopian this was, right? Because again, all of the media was on the same page about this and literally reading from what sounds like the exact same memo. And that would include Fox, MSNBC, ABC, like literally everybody was reading from this memo. And it's pretty crazy when you check it out. So I'm going to pull that video up here in a sec. Thanks guys for tuning in. Don't forget to check out hy.page/vradio, where you can find me on all my other mediums, because I know that my days on YouTube are probably going to be numbered. They took a friend of mine off, Neo and Realist, who I still interact with all the time on Twitter. He's on Discord now. That's kind of who I go to for I want to watch anything about what's going on with Israel and all that, because I always trusted him, But in any case, let's go ahead and have a look at this. But it's The Danger to Our Democracy by none other than V Radio. Here we go. So Elon Musk shared this tweet, and I went ahead and shared it on my wall. And I think he did it specifically because of what is in this video. And I decided that while I did share the tweet, I want to go ahead and do a Do You Think for Yourself video on this topic specifically. And as I say here, when the mainstream media says our, in quotes, democracy, it's a Freudian slip. They believe they own it. And for many years, they did. In other words, our democracy does not mean you and me. It means the mainstream media owned our democracy. And who purchased that? Well, that would be the people who own the mainstream media. This is kind of what I was trying to communicate when I debated Sitch and Adam on this topic, because they believe that money has nothing to do with the outcome of elections. I'll probably still do a video about that later, but the main point here is this. When the media says a danger to our democracy, this is what they're talking about. And when you see other, like particularly the leftists who dominated Twitter, talking about our democracy, they were referring to the advantage that they felt they had when Twitter was being manipulated to be dominated by only one side of the narrative. Now, to my right-wing listeners, don't believe for a second that this is not also an issue on the right. And I'm going to get into that in a moment. But first, let's listen to this bipartisan media, meaning both sides, well, all sides of the media, are featured in this montage of media outlets, all seeming to say the same thing.
Hi, I'm Fox San Antonio's Jessica Headley.
And I'm Ryan Wolf.
Our greatest responsibility
is to serve our
Treasure Valley communities,
the El Paso, Las Cruces communities,
Eastern Iowa communities,
Mid-Michigan communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
But we are concerned about trouble and trending irresponsible, one-sided news stories
plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and
False news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
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 So when you listen to that, again, one of the things you notice is that all of these people seem to be reading from the same script, despite the fact that some of them work for CBC, ABC, MSNBC, NBC, and Fox. And that's because very few people actually own all of your mainstream media outlets. And I've discussed this in previous podcasts, but I will say that what we're looking at is this. During the Reagan years, they deregulated specifically the fairness doctrine. It used to be illegal not to give both sides of an issue. Then, during the Clinton administration, they deregulated how much of the media one person was allowed to own. there used to be a limit. Like, I think it was like you could only have like so many radio stations or TV stations, and then you were literally forbidden by law to own more of it. And then finally, there was a federal lawsuit against Fox News that they won, wherein essentially the determination was that the news is not actually required to tell the truth. So all of those things together contributed to what we have in the modern media. Now, so far as our democracy, if you look at the history of how the media has controlled, quote-unquote, our democracy, then you will understand exactly what they are really worried about. They're worried about the fact that they will not own our, quote-unquote, democracy directly anymore, or at least it'll be much harder. If you listen to that rant, part of it was to say that independent media outlets were reporting disinformation or adding their own bias, as if the mainstream media hasn't been doing this for years. And again, this is a bipartisan issue. Joy Reid and, say, Hannity, or, they all have their bias. And you're usually tuning in because it matches your bias. People who actually want to hear the truth, well, that's kind of a smaller subset of, like, the citizenry, which is unfortunate. But that's what I'm trying to fight by having this channel. Let's move on. This one is one of my personal favorites. I am frightened by the impact on society and politics if Elon Musk acquires Twitter. He seems to believe that on social media anything goes. For democracy to survive, we need more content moderation, not less. This is a profound statement, but it kind of reflects what unfortunately many people on the left who are currently on board with censorship believes, which is that unless they are winning, democracy is not functioning. And they enjoyed having their finger on the scale, so to speak, to control the narrative in one direction. If there is any narrative control, whether by the right or the left, you don't have a democracy. Because a democracy is only going to actually correctly function if everyone has a free access to information and then can arrive at conclusions about how they want to vote in their best interest based on the information they have. The problem is they want you to vote a certain way, and so unless they can control what you see and hear, they don't feel the democracy is working. I've done multiple videos on this topic in the Do You Think for Yourself series, some of which you'll have to watch on BitChute, because ironically the censorship video was censored by YouTube. I also did one specifically, about why are they panicking that Elon Musk wants to buy Twitter. I will also put that one at the end. And it's really important that you look at this, because science actually shows that if you can convince about 25% of a given population to agree or to believe in an idea, that it tends to create a social chain reaction that will lead to the rest of a society agreeing too. That's what they're fighting over. And to them, democracy isn't working, again, unless they're controlling what information you are exposed to, unless they are winning. Before the internet, our elections were drastically different than they are now. And this was definitely true for both the Democrats and the Republicans. The media used to control who got into the debates, and, well, they basically still do, but the debates were primarily, and I believe still are primarily, the way that people make decisions about what candidate they're going to choose. So they had total control over who you were even exposed to. If they didn't put somebody on television, they didn't exist. It was a very different time. The same thing is true of like what documentaries you might see. Really everything was controlled because you only had like maybe 12 channels on one part of your television, and then if you clicked another dial, you could get access to a couple more channels on another part of your television. There wasn't like 3 million channels. There wasn't internet uploading. The choices were extremely under control of the mainstream media. And so going back to the main point here, when they discuss what they believe is our democracy, they're referring again to the media having previously just owning democracy. The ability to control what candidates you even hear about is the real threat to our democracy, quote unquote, our. When you want to control democracy, because once again, it's their democracy. It's not just about the debates, especially now that we have the internet, but it used to be. They used to just control democracy entirely, but now that's a little more difficult with the internet. But again, going back to the main point, the media, who is again purchased and owned by extremely wealthy people, also gets kind of notes about what candidates they should reflect on positively and what candidates they should reflect on negatively. And this is once again true of the left. I mean, here we have MSNBC, and it's just as true as, on Fox on the right. They have specific people that they're told to favor by the people who own these companies. And they may give an interview, say, to Andrew Yang or, somebody like that. But if there's somebody that they've been told to disfavor, then the pundits are going to ask them questions that are designed to make them look stupid. And they're going to talk about the candidates in a negative way when they're not in a situation to defend themselves. And then they will give positive questions and easy questions to the candidates that they've been told to favor. This was all covered and understood back in 2008, but again, this is their democracy. This is the democracy that belongs to the people that spent the money to own the corporations that run your media. And when it comes to third parties, well, the media kind of ensures that they don't exist. They create really stringent rules to determine who gets into the general election debates. And if they report on third parties, it's usually to do so in such a way as to make them look like ridiculous, fringe elements. And in some cases they are. I'm not saying that they're not. I mean, the last Green Party candidate was a straight up tanky socialist, and the Libertarian parties had some crazy candidates in the past. That's true. But the reality is, that's not how our democracy was meant to function. That's not what the Founding Fathers had intended at all. That's the reason political parties are not even in the Constitution. We were supposed to be able to run as individuals based on the merits, of who we were and what positions we had as individuals. And people were supposed to be able to decide what their views were based on, their own experiences as individuals. And what I mean by that is, for example, I'm a pro-gun rights, pro-healthcare person. That's not even possible in our current, situation. You're told that you're an extreme right or extreme left based on your position on either of those things. And I've talked about this many times in the past. So who is it that benefits from this? Well, one thing that the two major parties agree on is they don't want anyone else in the, getting in their way. And so the Republicans and the Democrats both work together to be sure that third parties don't get into debates and don't get attention. And so, again, our, quote unquote, our democracy, they bought and paid for it. And they don't want you to interfere in it. If you really want to be free, if you really want to think for yourself, you're going to have to recognize that this is true not just of elections, but of just about anything the media says about current events, whether it's the war in Ukraine, whether it's the COVID vaccine, whether it's anything. And you're going to have to check yourself for bias, because everybody has them. It's a question of where does your bias come from? I try to make my bias come from extensive research about the topics that I'm trying to come to a conclusion on how I feel about. And that used to be how most people would conduct themselves, the scientific method, right? But be honest with yourself. If you heard a rumor that was negative about Joe Biden and you happen to be somebody on the right, you're probably going to believe it. If you heard a rumor about Donald Trump and you happen to be on the left, you'd probably believe it. And that's kind of what they're banking on. The difference is the media used to be paid to be reliable. That used to be the concept, was that we're going to tell you the truth and you decide. But all of that's gone now. So, once again, consider this very heavily when you decide what you're going to share or what you're going to believe. So I'm going to take us straight into the video that I mentioned earlier about why they're panicking about Musk buying Twitter. And this is really critical information because, again, this was reported on by the mainstream media. And this is how dangerous it is to be able to have this kind of control over everything that we see and hear. And it's also important because if they can dumb us down through the things that the previous documentary talked about to prevent us from having deep thoughts about anything, it becomes extremely easy to control us.
So it wasn't even that long ago that people on the far left were defending companies like Amazon and Twitter, etc., for censoring Donald Trump and other right-wing conservatives, in the name of, dubiously for the left, mind you, private companies can do whatever they want. It's not censorship when they do it. They were just fine with it because private companies can do whatever they want. And it seems as though that attitude has changed now that they have a concern that the private company might not do what they want. That was literally the situation that led to me creating this meme using Nazis burning books as an example of why the censorship mentality itself is wrong, that you can't engage in this, that humans can't be trusted with this kind of power. And of course they, always said, false equivalency, blah, 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 because, what we're doing is not what they were doing, etc., etc., etc. They always had some kind of like word salad way to dance around the issue and defend themselves, claiming that, if by chance a private company decided to censor what they wanted, they would be just fine with it because that is the right of the private company. It was even more ridiculous, for example, to have them do things like, quote, Citizens United, something that Bernie Sanders has been speaking out against for years. And these are leftists, mind you, quoting Citizens United as a reason why it should be okay for companies to censor people.
So another little funny note about this, I'm actually working on a video about it, but the ACLU has taken up the task of saying we must not allow censorship on college campuses. And the catalyst for it was the pro-Palestinian voices that are currently on college campuses that are getting shut down. And it's really hilarious. And I'll show you guys because I'm working on the video. I have all these screenshots of me asking that very question, which is, well, wait a minute. Why was it okay to shut down, Ben Shapiro or Ann Coulter or, everyone else on college campuses? And then they immediately had this awkward way of saying, well, that's hate speech and hate speech is not free speech. So hating Israelis or, that's not hate speech. It's just amazing how incredibly predictable this was. It took something like the recent Israeli-Palestinian conflict to get the left to suddenly care about censorship again. Anyway.
And what is that? Just for those of you who may not know, Citizens United was the Supreme Court ruling that basically allows corporations to have free speech as if they were individuals. And it's been used to, donate enormous amounts of money to political campaigns to control our democracy. The idea that leftists would ever quote Citizens United in the positive as if it was a good thing or, it was just mind-boggling to me. But again, when you're beating Trump, that was more important to them than anything. They would compromise any ideal to come to that conclusion. That if they got what they wanted and they got no more Trump and no more mean tweets, then it didn't matter what they had to do to get there. The ends justified the means, including up to and including, voting for, say, a rapist like Joe Biden. And exactly as I predicted, people on the left lost their shit the second they were concerned that a private company might be owned by someone who they don't agree with, and therefore the censorship pen might be in the hands of somebody who either might censor them, or more importantly to them, not censor the people that they want silenced from social media. I'm frightened by the impact on society and politics if Elon Musk acquires Twitter. He seems to believe that on social media, anything goes. For democracy to survive, we need more content moderation, not less. And then somebody comments, so rich people owning media is fine as long as they agree with your political view. Okay, got it. What kind of democracy needs censorship to survive? Well, false democracies, perhaps, like authoritarian governments that kind of go through the motions of having a democracy, but don't really. They need censorship to survive. Democracy is supposed to be about informed individuals making decisions, and then the consensus of those individuals comes together to form a democratic solution to a problem. And if you cannot be informed, then what they really are coding this for is if our view is to prevail in a democratic society, then we need more content moderation. And I think that's largely because of the fact that, unfortunately, a great deal of what's going on the left right now requires people not to be informed to go along with it. It requires people to be ruled by emotion. I know a lot of you guys poo-pooed on my positive review of the recent Matrix film, but again, the Wachowskis have had a lot of impact on me. I mean, that's why this is V-Radio. Openly stated, through the villains of that movie, what they were up to, which is the reason they need to make things more about emotion is that emotions are much easier to manipulate than facts. That's what this is about. They need to make Twitter only about emotion, not about facts. Not about any facts that are not convenient to the direction that they are trying to manipulate people. We're going to get into the science about this in a moment. This article snippet from the Washington Post is a perfect example of the hypocrisy in which I mean, because when I was making this exact same argument to the left before, they all laughed at me and said that was ridiculous. But I said plainly, so let me get this straight. You guys are the left. We're all supposed to be concerned about the power that the wealthy wield over society. So you're just fine with wealthy people deciding, what we can and cannot say on their platforms. And they, of course, said that was ridiculous. But now that, again, one of those wealthy people might be somebody who, may actually engage in censoring social media or not censoring social media in the way that they want, all of a sudden it's important to prevent rich people from controlling our channels of communication. This is what I was saying from the beginning. And again, people were very cruel about this. They laugh at you, like to suggest this sort of thing. This is the ridiculous polarization that we have. People just don't think critically anymore. And again, we're going to get into the science about why in a moment. So let's talk for a moment about why they want to control social media. Why is there this huge panic going on that Elon Musk might purchase Twitter and not use it in the same, manner that other wealthy people who have owned it have used it? Why are they, absolutely losing their shit over the possibility that they may not have as much control over Twitter? Well, I think a lot of people just kind of tune out social media. Like, there are people who just don't have Twitter. In fact, I didn't use Twitter for years because I didn't like the character limit. There are people who don't go on Facebook. So they think if they just, tune out of these things that they're not relevant to their life. But the reality is that there is a very insidious thing going on here. And just like the rest of the political rhetoric, I think a lot of people on the left in particular right now are just kind of rolling their eyes at the insanity going on in the vocal minority of the left. And they assume it'll just blow over. Don't worry about it. It's not a big...
Real interesting note, guys. This is like almost right before the Twitter files dropped. So I didn't even know about it at the time. But the Twitter files basically proved everything I was saying here even more right than I would have ever expected. Anyway, let's keep going.
Big deal. Eventually people will get their head screwed on right. The thing is that that's not going to happen. At least not if we don't do something about it. And we're going to get into that in a moment here. But I want you to also be aware of this. For all the things I'm getting ready to tell you about what's wrong with social media, I don't think you should get off of social media. I just think you should be conscious of this when you're going on social media. For all of the bad things that have been done with social media, plenty of good things have been done with social media. I mean, for example, you wouldn't even be listening to me right now if it wasn't for social media. But let's take a look down the rabbit hole. So way back in 2011, this scientific study was brought to my attention, and it ended up being revised later, and we'll get into that in a moment. But this research was done to see how much of a population needed to hold a view before that view would be held by the majority. And they used some mathematical models to kind of come to their conclusions. But at this point, they thought it was only going to be about 10%. That if you could get, basically if 10% of the population holds an unshakable belief, their belief will always be adopted by the majority of society. So The scientists, who are members of the Social Cognitive Networks Academic Research Center at, Rensselaer, used computational analytical methods to discover the tipping point where a minority belief becomes the majority opinion. And I think what's interesting about this is not just about what they found, but also who funded it. If you come down here, they will show you. The research was funded by the Army Research Laboratory through, SCNARC, part of the Network Science Collaborative Technology Alliance, the Army Research Office, and the Office of Naval Research. So that's who funded this. How much did they fund it? Well, let's take a look. So to the tune of $16.75 million, the military threw into researching this technology. What does the military need with knowledge like this? Why is it important to the military? And what other government agencies likely had their fingers in this? And I know now we're getting into what would be considered to be tinfoil hattery, but mainstream media reported on this. Here's an article in The Guardian, revealed U.S. spy operation that manipulates social media. This article was put out over 11 years ago. And remember what I've told you guys, it's interesting when you look at things not even that long ago, and you find a different insight about things that are going on right now. The news would never talk about something like this right now. So here's one of those mainstream articles, and then here's another one. If The Guardian's not mainstream enough for you, this is CBS News. So why does the Air Force want hundreds of fake online identities to on social media? This article's still up. Again, back in 2011 was when that was published. And this is mainstream media. This is CBS. So this is CBS News reporting on the fact that the government and the military actively paid people to create software for the purpose of manipulating mass opinion. This is why everybody's panicking about Twitter. It's why they're panicking about social media moderation in general, because they're aware of the fact that people can be manipulated, through massive amounts of, basically, if you are exposed to a massive amount of people who hold a certain opinion, then it can have a powerful sociological and psychological effect on individuals, because you are basically compelled to try to hold only popular views. And that's the reason why the military was investing in this. That's the reason why the government was investing in this. And there's another article on the topic, and I'm going to share all of these. But here in Computer World, army of fake social media friends to promote propaganda. It has been recently revealed that the U.S. government contracted H.B. Gary Federal for the development of software which would create multiple fake social media profiles to manipulate and sway public opinion on controversial issues by promoting propaganda. So it could also be used as surveillance to find public opinions with points of view the powers that be didn't like. So this is not tinfoil hattery, guys. We're not looking at InfoWars here. This is mainstream media coverage of this issue, and it's a real issue. And that's the real reason these people are pissing their pants, because they might lose control over Twitter and some of the major, social media. The reason why they absolutely need to have all of these things under control. Now, this article printed in, at least online, in 2018 shows that the updated science on it was that it takes about 25% to sway a population. So this is the reason why they're just peppering us with all of the woke stuff, and you ever watch people online about that stuff, man? It's like people, like they have nothing better to do with their time. All they do all day is sit around and spread this stuff. And that's because this is what they're going after. They're going after the 25%. If they can get 25% of people to go along with their agenda, then they can sway the entire society. That's the reason why they want so much control over social media. That's why they want any view that does not go along with that censored. And the reason why is because if you allow opposing viewpoints to come out into the public, then that will, hinder their ability to manipulate people, because then it doesn't necessarily look like a majority. It doesn't necessarily look like the rest of the world believes this. We've already seen this, in multiple situations where companies are doing this thing where they obey Twitter, and then they come to find out, what the hell, that didn't really sell as well as I thought, because Twitter doesn't actually represent a majority, but they could certainly look like it. and this is all a psychological effect. Remember, I do this Do You Think for Yourself series specifically to try to address psychological effects that pretty much work on everybody. And if you're conscious of them, then you can mediate how much power they have over you. But they're real. And that's the reason I hope you guys watch the rest of that series, because this is vital, like self-defense for the brain kind of information. So the effect is called the bandwagon effect. And the bandwagon effect is essentially, the peer pressure. The bandwagon effect refers to the tendency people have to adopt a certain behavior, style, or attitude simply because everyone else is doing it. The more people that adopt a particular trend, the more likely it becomes that other people will also hop on the bandwagon. So you need to control what the perception of the bandwagon is. If the bandwagon is saying that trans, female athletes should just be allowed to participate in sports and that anybody who doesn't like it is automatically an evil person who shouldn't even be allowed to have a job, that's the bandwagon, and that's what you want everybody hearing, then more and more people will go along with it. If they, again, control what the perception of the majority is, meaning, in other words, what people perceive to be the majority view. And you only need about 25% of people to believe it before it starts to become, adopted in almost like the herd mentality of humans. One of the things that the human species has a real problem with is the arrogance that we are above all of the things that happen to animals. And it's just not true. We have the ability to ponder on these things and perceive these things. That's where the differences lie. But if you don't perceive them, if you don't spend mental energy on understanding that these forces still have a sway over you, they will have sway over you. You can't just ignore them and have them go away. They're there. And that's why I did this series specifically to address this. You need to be aware of the fact that just because everybody in your circle of friends believes something, it may or may not be true. And it's entirely likely that an awful lot of your friends who believe this or think that they believe this are only going along with it because they think everybody else is. This effect stems from a very primitive part of our brains that more or less is the reason why you have anxiety if you don't think you have a lot of friends. You have anxiety if you're not popular at school, for example. It's an early version of the pack herd mentality, because human beings in a primitive society, if you were excluded from the group, it wasn't just a matter of, maybe you wouldn't get invited to parties. If you were excluded from the group in a primitive society, you were likely to die. Now, I've recommended some of these before, and here's a couple of ways for you to check them out for free or for very cheap. The Creepy Line is a documentary about social media. Specifically, it has social media whistleblowers coming forward about the algorithms and about how they seem to be designed in such a way to, well, they claim it's just to maximize profits, but what they're really after is that they need to keep you engaged with your phone or with your computer so that they can get more ad revenue. That's what they say it's about. But these documentaries go further into the real ramifications of what's taking place here, because the divides can get really out of control. I'm already starting to see this now in my real life, which is one of the reasons I've been gone a little bit, is I've got black-pilled for a little while about this, interacting with people that I know in person. But I'll get into that in a moment. But The Creepy Line is a great documentary. You can watch it for free via Tubi TV on YouTube, and I really suggest you check it out. Another really good one you can see on Netflix called The Social Dilemma. They cover similar ground, but they do so in different ways with different guests and kind of expose a lot of this stuff. To give you an example of just how out of control the division thing can go, basically what it amounts to is, in the simple form, is this. There are two things that are most likely to keep you engaged with your phone on social media or with your computer on social media. Things that piss you off about the opposing viewpoint, or the opposing people, or things that completely reinforce your worldview, things that help you stay in your bubble. So if you're only exposed to those things on a regular basis, not only does that allow really crazy shit to get into your brain, whether it's QAnon or BlueAnon. For those of you not familiar with BlueAnon is like when you meet leftists who just have the absolute most ridiculous beliefs. I just dealt with that, as I said earlier, from somebody in my real life, and I'll get into that in a moment. But the point is that you can be divided so much because you're only ever exposed to the most extreme, ridiculous, and in many cases, bad versions of the opposing side. in one African country where Facebook was pretty much the way they interacted with the internet, because they pretty much only had really small phones, not necessarily small physically, just weak phones, and Facebook was the way they interacted with the internet. They managed to cause a genocide because one tribe decided they needed to kill the other based upon their interactions on Facebook. I also want to tie in here what happened with Libs of TikTok, or what's still happening. Libs of TikTok is an account that basically just gathers up videos of people, mostly from the really extreme ends of the LGBTQ community, and puts those videos together in compilations. They're not editing them. They're not taking them out of context. They're just posting videos of what these people say and do and believe. These are videos that these people posted publicly on their own. So like they're trying to sway public opinion with it. But they needed to find the person who was gathering these extreme examples and showing them to people, and they needed to dox them, show up at the houses of their family members, just like in a chilling effect, and why they're, defending this act of, horrible journalism, that they're going after them, because they need to have a chilling effect on anybody who's using social media to, again, counter the narrative. Remember that what they want is to create a false consensus that this is accepted now, that these behaviors, these thoughts, these things are accepted now. And they also need to create a false consensus that anybody who does not agree with the people who do stuff like the videos you see in Libs of TikTok is evil. Not just that you don't agree with them. They are a bad person. They are evil. They should not be employed. They should be removed from society. And, again, remember, they're only going after 25% of the population to hopefully be able to sway the majority of the population to go along with these ideas. And I would also advise that you guys check out Glenn Greenwald's report about this. Glenn Greenwald is an excellent journalist, probably one of the few that really has old school journalistic integrity. You're not going to agree with everything he says, and I don't either, but his take on this was absolutely fantastic. And if you have not subscribed to Glenn Greenwald already, you probably should. Also, a V-Radio BitChute exclusive, because ironically it was censored by YouTube. If you have not watched this, I will put a link in the description, and I seriously urge you to go back and watch Do You Think for Yourself Part 5. The BitChute version is complete and uncensored. We really need to understand the power that censorship has over our ability to think. It's not just about what information, we are permitted to see. What information are we not allowed to see? And why would anybody want to have that control? And in this version of it, I play some clips from the recent film about Fahrenheit 451, which I feel does a fantastic job of modernizing this classic novel that was talking about the dangers of censorship. And just it's not just about whether or not I don't get to say what I want. It's about the fact that other people don't get to say what they want to you. And they may have important information. They may have things that would completely change your perspective. And that's the reason why they want control over this process. If you go back in time, I thought about this a while ago. Let's say, for example, the presidential elections. The mainstream media had a complete stranglehold on what candidates got exposure and which ones didn't. Most of that was usually through the debates. That was how a lot of people made their decisions about candidates. Then eventually, when the internet came out, you got these candidates like people like, say, Ron Paul, Dennis Kucinich, Mike Gravel. For those of you who are too young to remember, these are candidates. So, for example, actually, this would be a great example. Candidates like Bernie or Donald Trump in the old days that would have never gotten anywhere, because they just control how much they're allowed to talk. I remember, during the debates, I remember one debate, for example, somebody did a time stop thing where they showed exactly how much each candidate got to speak. And it was really interesting that, like, for example, in one of these 1 to 2 hour debates, they let Mike Gravel, who's anti-war, anti-establishment, he got 5 minutes. And then it goes up from there, usually with the best candidates getting the least amount of time. So Dennis Kucinich, I think, got 8 minutes. This isn't a Democratic debate, obviously. And it just went up from there. Well, why didn't they want Dennis Kucinich being heard? Because he was talking about impeaching George Bush for what went on in Iraq, and speaking negatively about the Patriot Act and a lot of other really bad stuff. Mike Gravel, I already pointed out, and those of you who've been following me for a while know that I worked for Mike Gravel. So they just controlled everything that you were exposed to. And meanwhile, Hillary Clinton got like an hour. So you give one candidate 5 minutes, you get, Hillary Clinton an hour. And don't think that this is just the corruption of the Democratic Party, because the same shit would happen to Ron Paul. He was a Republican libertarian. And I remember distinctly, for example, there was a time when they kept putting Rudy Giuliani in all of the debates, and they wouldn't let Ron Paul into one of the debates. And he asked why, and they said, well, you're not polling high enough. He's like, I poll higher than Rudy Giuliani literally everywhere, so what are you talking about? So they had to relent and go ahead and let him in. But they wanted him out as fast as possible. Why did they want him out? Because he was, again, an anti-war candidate who was pro-liberty, who was anti-Patriot Act. So basically, for a lot of the same reasons that they wouldn't want Mike Gravel or Dennis Kucinich, talking, they didn't want Ron Paul talking. And that's one of the things that I've been trying to communicate to you guys for a while, that, everything has changed, even from just 2008. A candidate like Bernie or Donald Trump, they would have gotten minutes, and everybody else would have gotten lots more time. And they don't have that control anymore. And at first I thought to myself, and this is what we all thought back in 2008, man, they're going to just try to censor the internet, aren't they? And I realized, no, that's actually far more brute force and not anywhere near insidious enough. They're going to do things like, say, create armies of fake social media to promote propaganda. They're going to try to sway public opinion with it. They're going to learn how to use the internet. They're going to learn how to use it against us, essentially. And that's what they're doing. So you have to protect yourself, not only with knowledge about why censorship is bad, but also just in the basic understandings of the different psychological and sociological phenomenon that people who want to control you will use against you. You have to educate yourself about this stuff, because at the end, that's going to be the only thing you can use to defend yourself. A perfect example of this bandwagon effect I'm talking about was when the Nazi Party was trying to take power. They strategically placed people who were basically, actors for them in the crowds to cheer at certain times when Adolf Hitler was talking. And the purpose of that was to get that bandwagon effect going. Like, oh, wait a second, the tribe really likes this guy. They want him to be chieftain. I better go along with this. So, be aware of this stuff. Watch the entire Do You Think for Yourself series, and I'm going to keep making more of it, because I'm trying to expose you to the reality that there are certain psychological and sociological effects that you probably think you're above and may not realize are actually still wielding an enormous amount of power over your ability to think clearly and to affect how you perceive the world. That's really what my work is about. That's what this is about. That's why I'm not really into the right versus left right now. I have my views. I'm more concerned about the future of our country. I consider myself an American, and I feel that people who don't agree with me are not necessarily inhuman. What a crazy, controversial idea, right? So in any case, thanks for tuning in, guys. I will be putting out some more content. I'm sorry about the long break. Part of it is that I need to be in the right mindset.
Don't need to repeat myself on that one, everybody. If you guys like, I've got some other stuff I wanted to show you on this topic. I'll keep going. Just let me know in the chat if you'd like me to keep going. I'm going to take a look at our poll that I did and see where that's at. See how you guys are doing there. Thanks again for tuning into V Radio, folks. Looks like the poll ends with 90% of people in the chat responded, or I guess it's 89 now, out of 20 people voting, that they noticed a change in their brain pre-internet to post-internet. I guess, all right, TN, what the heck is that anyway? TN Tricycles? TN Tricycles PDX? What is that? What that is? Tennessee Tricycles PDX. Is that what your name is? I've always wondered what that actually stands for. Make sure you smash the like button, guys. So, all right, I'm getting requests for more content, so I'll keep going on this topic. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Let me see what else I got here. I know I have a lot of videos on this, so kind of sticking to the censorship thing. Let's have a look. And notice Kyle Rittenhouse is trending on Twitter again because of his book. And Mackenzie Rittenhouse has reached out to be interviewed again because she has some stuff she wants to say about the book. And I will get back to you guys about that. That's going to be another co-show with me and Johnny Walker Dread because that situation was pretty dicey. But I guess Kyle's turning on his family, which is unfortunate. I had a concern that he was going to end up in a situation where all that fame happening to him so quickly was going to have a real detrimental effect, and then it often does. It really does. So in any case, this one's pretty funny. Here we go.
Dr. Pollen, I'm your 2 o'clock.
Oh, hey, Mandy. Have a seat. What can I do for you?
It's terrible. I can't even. I have literally lost my ability to even.
Whoa, let's calm down. What was it? Some sort of tragic loss? Death in the family? No one misgendered you, did they?
No, it's even worse. Elon Musk wants to buy our company.
All right, not another one. All right, just tell me, what is it about Elon buying Twitter that actually bothers you? And remember, this is a safe space. There's no judgment here.
If he buys our free speech platform, people will be able to have free speech on our platform.
Well, that's just stupid. All right, let's get to the bottom of this. Let's go a little bit deeper. What exactly bothers you about somebody having free speech on our free speech platform?
If we don't have the unilateral power to ban ideas we don't like, we'd actually have to discuss and defend our ideas based on their own merit.
Let's try something else. I'm gonna hold up some shapes and I want you to tell me exactly what you see.
Nazis, Nazis, Nazis. That one kind of looks like a lip. Nazis, Nazis, Adolf Hitler, Nazis. Oh, I know that one. It's the Hindu symbol for peace. Namaste. Nazis, Nazis, Donald Trump. No, wait, it's still Nazis.
Fascinating. Now, I'm gonna ask you a question. I want you to answer honestly. Is Elon in the room with us right now?
Yes, I see him at work. I see him at Whole Foods. I see him when I get into my Tesla. He's everywhere.
All right, whatever. Next.
Hey, Doc. Why do you have these pictures of my mom?
That was a Babylon Bee that I kind of sprung on you guys as a joke a while ago. It was pretty popular, but Nazis, 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 Nazis. Oh, man. So, anyway, the problem with what we're seeing now, and that's why I said, like, I'm going to do a show about this recent ACLU thing about censorship, is again that they just want to control what censorship is allowed. That was one of the things that they said in the comments that I'll be exposing in that video I'm going to make, was just that they were like basically saying, well, people from the right have, no place anywhere. They shouldn't be allowed to talk. But we, however, we should have our, free speech. That's really how it always works. That's why people cannot be trusted with censorship, because it becomes a mentality. It just becomes way too easy to, use censorship rather than, as she pointed out in the parody, well, if we have free speech on our platform, we might have to actually defend our ideas based upon their merit, and they can't have that, right? So anyway, I think I know what I'll grab real quick. I'll go with this one. I remember this.
Picking up on this. Hello again, everybody. Sorry about the delay between new content. I'm still working on researching some, but I stumbled on this issue, and it's kind of a continuation of my ongoing conversation about what's going on as far as the left becoming comfortable with censorship in a way that's not very comfortable to me as someone, ironically, who is on the left. And I'm happy to say that in some of the arguments I'm about to share with you, some other leftists are finally coming forward and speaking up on this issue. Censorship is just wrong. It doesn't become less wrong if you happen to disagree with the person being censored. And when you study how authoritarian dictatorships take over, basically just how totalitarian authoritarian regimes take power, censorship is a key part of that strategy, which is why when leftists are suddenly becoming comfortable with it, it starts to make you wonder what type of leftists are actually in charge behind the scenes pushing this narrative. So let's take a look over at the Occupy Democrats page, where you're going to get to see some pretty wild hypocrisy going on. So I don't know who runs the Occupy Democrats page. I know it was started a long time ago, but whoever is running it will frequently do things like breaking news when it's really not. And I don't really feel that it's been a reflection of the actual Occupy movement for quite some time. But you get to watch here as this publication, which has been caught giving out crazy information in the past in the name of, basically fighting the man, is literally posting stuff about, like, against the Republicans wanting to ban books, but at the same time in favor of the idea that we should ban or censor Joe Rogan. And the conversations that are taking place here are hilarious. I participated in some, and I'll be sharing some of them with you in a moment, but maybe morons should try reading books instead of banning them, which is a reference to Nazis banning books, which is something that I bring up all the time. So when you look here, for example, they're talking about, how it's wrong to ban certain books, because that fits their narrative. Because the books that people are trying to ban right now have to do with critical race theory. Some of them have to do with some really crazy trans stuff that's really out of control. In addition to that, there's just stuff that's trying to sexualize children and bring children into sexual thoughts. That's what's really getting attention. But really ironically here it says, "It seems we're heading backwards to the days of the Third Reich. Don't let this country fall victim to these deniers of the truth." And it's just hilarious to me, that this is the narrative that's being spread around. And I don't think people recognize that in one side of their mouth, they're saying it's fine to get into this. See, but in the other side of their mouth, they're saying that it's not. So once again, they're making these same Nazi comparisons that I've made many times. They're bringing up that Nazis like censorship, and I have a couple of conversations, that I'll be sharing with you in a moment, but he is talking to you, Trump people. So it's Trump people who need to know that censorship is bad, not, them. And so I guess let me just go ahead and get into it. So this gem was taken from the conversation on Occupy Democrats, specifically about being pro-censorship of Joe Rogan. And this guy says, "Maybe this is the start of maintaining our democracy. I hope so." 252 likes, some of which were laugh likes. I engaged in parts of this conversation, but the point is that the idea that you're being told that engaging in censorship of information that that they don't want out there, it's not just a matter of whether or not they're arguing about the vaccines or whatever. It's about democracy itself is at stake. If we can get rid of Joe Rogan, the free-thinking guy who, I might add, brought on Bernie Sanders, who somehow the left keeps conveniently forgetting. Bringing on Bernie Sanders and publicly supporting him is not enough for them. You have to also deplatform and silence any voices that they don't agree with. So they literally believe that censoring Joe Rogan is the best way to maintain our democracy. Ignorance is strength, right? So this guy, Ben Stricker, was one of the smarter left-leaning guys in this conversation. And in this part of it, he's defending himself immediately from accusations of being a right-winger for daring to suggest that we shouldn't be okay with censorship. And as you can see, he's immediately having to also defend, racist accusations. When has, among other things that he points out here, that he supports Black Lives Matter and all that, he says, when has, Rogan ever ranted about white supremacy? I support the Justice for Breonna Taylor Act and want to end no-knock warrants. There should be police reform. So this is him basically trying to identify to people, look, I'm not a right-winger, I just don't agree with censorship. And this guy goes, there are many recent republications of his racist rants. Read Occupy Democrat for one. All Anglo-Americans are racist. Recognize your racism, beg forgiveness, and make substantial reparations. Oh my God. So if you're not going to be on their side as far as issues discussing vaccines or who you're going to have on your podcast, then you're also racist, even if that has nothing to do with racism. So this conversation continues. He says, I'm not a Republican. I also urge people to get the vaccine. I support the Black Lives Matter movement. I also support the unified Palestine and an Israeli people. You know, the U.S. needs to not be involved with Israel and Palestine conflict. In other words, he's reiterating what I said earlier. You know, and so then he goes on to say, I also don't think you should be banned at all, despite your baseless slander that I'm a white supremacist. To which he says, P.S. A quick look at your profile clearly shows you're a Ben Shapiro follower. He is a radical right-wing nut. You know, this trick of like running off to someone's profile to look for something to attack them about is just like, look, I'm looking for ad hominem. I'm looking for personal attack. I'm losing this conversation on any basis of facts, so it's necessary for me to instead run to your profile to look for something to personally attack you with, to distract the audience from the fact that my argument makes no fucking sense. You know, and he says, yeah, I follow a lot of sources I don't agree with. It's a good way to, understand how people who are, basically who have a different political ideology think. Bravo. This is exactly what I do and what I suggest to my viewers to do, both right-leaning and left-leaning. And then this tired argument made a return, of course, and I remember it distinctly being made frequently by left-leaning people during the course of the time period where Trump was being censored on social media. But private censorship is a product of free market capitalism, and these musicians have the right to protest as they wish, no? Like, again, this notion that it's okay as long as corporations do it. This makes no internal, logical sense. If you're left-leaning, the last people that you should want in charge of free speech are the uber-wealthy people who own these social media companies and or big pharma. As I brought up when I was talking to Brett Weinstein the other day on that show, when the hell did the left suddenly jump into bed with big pharma, and big anything? Big corporations are supposed to be evil. We talked about it all the time at Occupy. But now, as long as it's a great semantic way to get out of getting in trouble for censorship, then this is a good argument. We should just let the super wealthy dictate what it is that we say. That doesn't make a goddamn bit of sense. In addition to the fact that usually when you confront these people, this is just a semantic way for them to dodge the censorship label, and they'd be just fine with it if the government also engaged in censorship of any ideas that they don't like, as they've demonstrated multiple times in the past. Just so happens that right now the corporations are on their side, so therefore it's fine. Which kind of brings me to my next conversation. This guy says, I don't know if this will work. As I understand it, Joe Rogan is extremely popular. To which this Mario guy says, so was Adolf Hitler. Incidentally, for the same exact reason. Misinformation. Then I go, LOL, now Rogan is Hitler, huh? And then Mario says, no, but very easily we can have a president who would love to be. And I said, our government is literally not even structured in a way that makes this possible. The Hitler hysteria is ridiculous. Censorship is the road to fascism. It's one of the cornerstones of how such governments maintain control. If Hitler is what you're so worried about, censorship should never be tolerated. To which he said, have you heard of Nazi propaganda against Jews? Misinformation is dangerous. Free speech up to a point. No, you cannot compromise this. For example, deplatforming Alex Jones was the right decision. Otherwise, we'll have a lot more January 6th incidents. Funny thing is Alex Jones at January 6th was actually trying to get the violent people to stop being violent. There's video of him trying to direct the people not to get involved in anything like that. And ironically, Alex was warning them that that's exactly what the establishment wanted, and they didn't listen to him. Not that I'm a huge Alex Jones fan, but this is just ironic. Anyway, continuing. Otherwise, we will have a lot more January 6th incidents. Democracy is a lot more fragile than you think. Free speech should come with accountability, especially in times like these. And I said, yes, I've also heard about McCarthyism, when they censored and witch-hunted left-leaning people in this country in the name of allegedly fighting communism. Free speech is central to democracy functioning, and censorship is always done in the name of fighting misinformation, including when the Nazis did it. Just like in my favorite meme on this topic. Censoring social media to protect people from quote-unquote dangerous ideas in the name of public safety and national security. This is the part the leftists never want to face, right? At least the current left, which is that Nazis engaged in censorship. You can't be against, basically pro-censorship and be anti-Nazi, but when they're doing things, for example, like if you disagree with me, you're a fascist. So they've kind of created a situation where only through censorship that can they protect us from fascism. And somehow even protesting government overreach in vaccine or mask mandates is also fascism, which is why Antifa is showing up to beat up people who are protesting this government overreach. And it's completely internally inconsistent. Yet these people can still somehow take themselves seriously, still, get emotional, even violent to protect this idea. It's just ridiculous. It does not make any sense at all. So here's a valid bit of pushback. Which universities did Doctors Lufgren, Young, and Mitchell, this is a reference to the musicians who are now basically issuing ultimatums to Spotify that they want Joe Rogan censored, but where did they get their medical degrees from? I prefer to listen to the opinion of Dr. Robert Malone. Google him. He knows more about the vax than most. Pretty sure most of the negative Joe Rogan comments come from people who have never listened to that podcast. Dr. Malone is vaxxed and had COVID twice, but the MSM label him anti-vax. Research Dr. Malone's work, then see if you want to be a sheep on the anti-Joe Rogan bandwagon. And this kind of comes back to what I was discussing with Brett Weinstein when I finally just said, forget it, let's just go ahead and talk about COVID, was that there are scientists on the other side of this issue. This isn't just like there's science versus non-science, or this is just people who don't know what they're talking about versus people who do. There are scientists on both sides of this issue. It's not decided, and part of it, as Brett Weinstein validly pointed out, is that a lot of the claims that they're making, like when Brett pointed out that you can't say that there's long-term safety and that for absolutely sure because we haven't had a long-term opportunity to test any of these things. It's literally scientifically impossible to make such a claim. You'd have to jump forward in time in a time machine to know if that was the case. That's an example of one of the simple logical breakdowns that's going on. And below here we had another comment along that same line. What I'm trying to understand about this whole thing is that Joe Rogan is renowned experts, doctors who have discussed their very qualified opinions on his podcast, which has seemingly sent everyone into a frenzy claiming it's misinformation. Then we have musicians who want to have Rogan removed because of these expert doctors' opinions, and they are citing other expert doctors. It looks like it's just differences in opinions of qualified people from both sides. Wouldn't the correct approach be to have both sides debate this topic in an open forum? How come that hasn't happened yet? Well, that's a good question. And the reason why is because people don't want that to happen. There's only one approved narrative. And when you're in a censorship mentality, that's how you run everything. You don't want to engage in the argument. You just want to win, by virtue of being the only voice being heard. It's like, getting a participation trophy when you're literally the only person even participating. Somebody shared this tweet from Edward Snowden. Nobody has stronger opinions about Joe Rogan than people who have never listened to Joe Rogan, which is the truth. And it kind of points to really what's at the core here. The reason that people don't like Joe Rogan is that he dares to bring on people that they haven't approved, that he is openly, willing to share his concerns about people on the left and the right. And he does. He holds people accountable. He puts their feet to the fire. If he fact checks anything that doesn't seem right in real time. And that's the reason why he's gained such a following. You gain trust when you can show that, you may have your own beliefs, but at the same time, you're dedicated to the truth. It's actually part of the model of why you're watching this video, because that's my way of thinking. But the idea that people can have strong opinions, or people who've never listened to Joe Rogan, it's also just like, how do they ignore it? The fact that he also brings on pro-left people all the time. When he brought on Bernie Sanders, it was during a time when Bernie was still a very big threat to Joe Biden, and he did it and openly said that he supported him. He certainly didn't have to do that, and one of the major points behind it was that he was doing what the media didn't want. You gotta understand that in some cases, these people are just using this specific issue that they don't like about Joe Rogan because they really don't want him. It's not just about like the vax stuff for them or the misinformation. Their version, they're also going to be talking about trans issues when they're discussing misinformation in Joe Rogan. They're going to be discussing the fact that he openly even dares to talk to people like Ben Shapiro or Jordan Peterson that they would really rather nobody ever heard from. So as I mentioned earlier, there were some comments from some kindred spirits in here. I'm becoming more critical of the left than the right. I never thought I would ever say this. I don't get my news from Rogan, so chill out, says Jim Prager. To which another person in this exchange says, interesting, I keep reading hypocritical comments from the right. To which Dave Stewart, another person in the conversation, points out, if you think one side has a monopoly on hypocrisy, you're not paying attention. Well said. So, of course, within that conversation, that person got accused of being some kind of crazy right-winger. So the response had to say, in response, my comments in no way imply that I support the right, never have. However, when the left is wrong, I refuse to play the culture war and blame the other side. Here's an idea. If wealthy musicians want to fight misinformation, they can donate to workers who are trying to unionize, but the media gives them almost no coverage. I don't think I have ever watched a complete Rogan podcast, but I have seen a few clips on YouTube during which well-informed, intelligent guests have challenged him instead of advocating his removal from the airwaves. I guess my education has taught me to be afraid of any idea is to be unfit for self-governance and democracy. Very well said. And then to which another person said, you and I think alike. Thanks for your post. People just don't get it. And Jim goes on to say, according to a Google article, 71% of Rogan's audience are males, fairly divided between high school and post-secondary education. The average age is 24. Now there is apparently a Facebook group who wants to be the thought police for this demographic. Didn't we learn anything from McCarthyism? Oh, that's only what me and Brett Weinstein and Jarek Jensen and many other leftists have been pointing out for quite some time. Well said. And then another person pipes in, I'm the same. Never thought I would be more disgusted by the left than the right. Cancel culture, and the extreme tribalism has shifted my views far to the center. Or maybe like Bill Maher said this week, I haven't changed. The left has changed. Now, to be fair, Bill Maher has said some pretty cool stuff, but for the most part, he's just kind of the voice, the voice piece of the Democratic Party. But I do agree with her on that point, for sure. And of course, somebody from the woke thought police has to show up. Jim Prager, every goddamn horrible thing that Trump and the Republican Party has done since Joe Biden has been elected, and you're claiming to be, quote, more critical now of the left than the right? Dude, wake the fuck up. And then Rebecca, one of the people from earlier, says, I think he did wake the fuck up. And I don't mean in the woke kind of way. A comment that I loved. I said, the left doesn't get a free pass to be absolutely ridiculous 'cause Trump. Seriously, remember when everyone was trying to bully Bernie voters to vote for Clinton and then Biden? Remember how Bernie voters didn't believe for a second that Clinton or Biden would deliver on anything they said? Well, I was one of those people, and I was right. So this person's still in the conversation about trying to ban Joe Rogan and Occupy, Democrats being good with that. This person points out the silly hypocrisy that I mentioned at the beginning of this video. And on another post by Occupy Democrats, they are screaming about banned books. The hypocrisy is real. You don't have to listen to Joe, just like you don't have to listen to Neil. Not this Neil. He's talking about the one who, is a musician. You know what I mean. I don't believe in banning books, but I do believe it's a parent's choice, not a school's choice, and whether they allow children to read something until that child can decide for themselves. Are you going to force a Muslim child to read a Christian Bible? And Ben Stricker came back. Censorship isn't a good thing. Be it done by a government, corporation, or individual, censorship is bad. Are they also pulling from Pandora and Apple, since they both also have Joe Rogan on them? To which somebody said something which was probably one of the most profound and ridiculous statements in this entire conversation, but it was one of the motives for me finally to make this video. Ethan says, censorship of misinformation isn't censorship, it's democracy. Censorship is democracy. Oh boy. Once again, it's okay to censor misinformation. You can't go down this road. Humans cannot be trusted with this power to determine what is and what isn't. Your critical thinking skills need to protect you from that. And if they have to ban something to make their argument, then they didn't argue. It's like entering a beauty contest and disqualifying everyone else and then giving yourself the prize. I mean, sure, you won, but you're still ugly. And just like that, in an argument, sure, you may have won, but you're still wrong. And the reason why this random accusation of racism is put here randomly is because it was just as randomly put into one of the conversations on this Facebook thread. Just randomly, let's call someone a member of the Ku Klux Klan, because of course, if you disagree with anything we say, you're automatically racist, sexist, misogynist, homophobic, again, shotgun shell of oppression. Shoot it all at them and see what sticks. So I'm going to end this by going back to the conversation, also on the Occupy Democrats page that they have up, specifically trying to suggest that, if they're into banning, that you shouldn't be into banning books. Banning books is bad, but if you want to ban books, you should ban the Bible. So this is interesting to me because, ironically, it's a perfect example of projection. And I want to say, once again, I'm agnostic. I do strongly believe in separation of church and state. But I also believe in people's rights to have their own religious beliefs. So anyway, can't think of a book that more needs to be closed for good than that composite book attempt to control the human species their specific misguided way. The attempt to control the human species their specific misguided way. Right, like wokeism. How did the Bible and gospel ever earn those credentials from feeding on, the fears of a scared population? Which is exactly what all of this stuff is about. They're trying to frighten the population. You don't want to be fascist. You don't want to be racist. So, you better, if you don't want to see fascism and Nazis taking over the country, you should be afraid of that. And as a consequence, you should just give us control. That's what they're saying. That's the funny thing about all this is it's all so much projection. Anyway, so somebody said, look at all the past nations who gained power through the forceful spread of religion backed by a military. All wars are started over some religious reason, and so then we come back to what I said earlier about how the left is literally being told that every dictator was a right-wing dictator and that all authoritarianism comes immediately from the right. As this person says in response, all countries that became dictatorships had right-wing extremism take over, to which I respond, oh, you mean like Mao or Stalin? Sorry to break this to you folks, and I actually made this clarification earlier because there are still people who say that communism is censorship or censorship is part of communism. It's not that communists are not engaged in censorship or that they can't. It's important to understand that, once again, whether you're authoritarian or libertarian is separate from what your preferred economic system is. You could be an authoritarian communist, you could be a libertarian communist. You could be an authoritarian capitalist, you can be a libertarian capitalist. You can engage in censorship as either a communist or a capitalist. It's not one of economic system or the other. But the big point here is that, again, these people on the left are being taught that they don't have to worry, if, in regards to breaking any of the basic rules that George Orwell was actually trying to warn fellow leftists about. They don't have to be concerned because, after all, authoritarianism only comes from the right. And since they don't believe that they're on the right, they think that they're above this and that it could never possibly happen to them. That they are free to engage in censorship, intimidating people, violence, whatever it takes to try to achieve their goals, because somehow they believe magically that it's impossible that any of their efforts could ever lead to authoritarianism because they would have to be conservatives or right-wingers for that to be possible. It's absolutely ridiculous, and the right engages in it too. That's why that guy was saying, that he believed that censorship is communism. It's just not that simple. You have to understand the difference between libertarian and authoritarian, capitalist and communist. Those things can be blended together, but they are not the same. Anyway, censorship is not okay. It's not okay if you're on the right. It's not okay if you're on the left. And it is, when people are out calling for it, it is a warning sign that some authoritarian something, whether it be left-leaning or right-leaning, is trying to take hold of the narrative. That's something that George Orwell, a socialist, was warning us about in 1984. It's a warning that both sides need to heed, and it's a basic central principle that this country holds dear. We have the right to do this. And again, the problem that I have is that it's a mentality. Once you start to think that it's justified to engage, in simply shutting down the other side of the conversation so that you can, again, win the beauty contest by disqualifying all other contestants and still be ugly, at that point you have to ask yourself, why is that necessary? Is your position so weak that the only way you have a chance for your ideas to prevail is by ensuring that people don't hear any other ideas? Because that's the direction everything is taking. And the right is capable of doing this too. They just don't happen to be doing it at the moment. The reality is at this point, there's a lot more activism towards authoritarianism going on the left than there is on the right, despite all of the weird suggestions to the otherwise. I've brought on members of Patriot Prayer. I've talked to Proud Boys. None of them are on board with the idea of a dictator, not even if it was Trump. And they're not on board with censorship, even of people they don't agree with. And if you want evidence of that, the Proud Boys don't show up at left-wing rallies and just attack random people because they don't like what they're saying. The Proud Boys show up in response to Antifa doing that. And Antifa believes that censorship is part of their self-defense against fascism. So, again, I'm not a Proud Boy. I'm not a member of Patriot Prayer. I have a friend who's a member of Patriot Prayer. His name is Chandler Pappas. I interviewed him. He was a witness because he was standing right next to Jay Danielson when Michael Forrest Reinhold, member of Antifa, 100% Antifa, murdered him. And he's a good man. And so I judge people as individuals in that regard, but the reality is this is something the left is going to have to own up to, that just because you think you're holding the censorship pen, or eraser as the case may be, doesn't mean that it's somehow less morally repugnant for you to engage in that. And to try to hide behind the idea, well, it's okay if private companies do it, it's a slippery slope. Before long, after that, you're going to be demanding that the government starts doing it. And I've had previous videos that I will link in the cards here on this topic where I expose conversations where leftists finally admit it, specifically around the time that Trump was finally censored. They were all about it, because they don't agree with him. And they would try to defend themselves saying that these social media companies should be allowed to censor anyone they want because they're private companies. Some of them even quoted legislation that Bernie has been trying to get rid of that, that openly, makes corporations into people. Literally quoted that as a point of reference as in a positive for their argument. Bernie's been trying to get that crap repealed forever because now that corporations are people, they're free to spend as much money on political campaigns as they want. So when you're to the point that you're quoting that back to people and you're not even trying to do it ironically, you're saying that it should be acceptable for these private companies to control the narrative because they're private companies, especially if you're going to defend yourself with free market capitalist thought. It just doesn't make any sense, and it sure as hell isn't leftist. It just isn't. And I will stand next to anybody who's being censored, even if I don't agree with them. If censorship is your way, you've become my enemy. It doesn't matter what else we agree on. You have to be able to engage with people and persuade them. That is what this country is about. And I get that. The eagle has two wings, left and right, and it needs two wings to fly, as Dennis Kucinich pointed out when people asked him why he works so closely with Ron Paul. So, anyway, folks, speaking of censorship, make sure that you go to my website. I will put a link in the description, but you should be able to go there by going to v-radio.us. There you will find links to my various other platforms where I upload information, sometimes stuff that YouTube will not allow. For example, one of my recently censored streams is now available on Odyssey.
So actually, vradio.us doesn't work anymore. Now it's hy.page/vradio, which is linked below. I'm going to give you guys one more video on this topic, which is interesting because it's a left versus left video. But it has to do with the differences between AOC and Bernie Sanders when it comes to the topic of censorship.
So recently, AOC was interviewed by Jen Psaki, and they discussed Tucker Carlson.
We have very real issues with what is permissible on air, and we saw that with January 6th. And we saw that in the lead up to January 6th, and how we navigate questions, not just of freedom of speech, but also accountability for incitement of violence. This is the line that we have to really explore through law as well. And
do you think media organizations or social media platforms should be accountable for the role for being platforms for incitement?
I believe that when it comes to broadcast television, like Fox News, these are subject to federal law, federal regulation in terms of what's allowed on air and what isn't. And when you look at what Tucker Carlson and some of these other folks on Fox do, it is very, very clearly incitement of violence. Very clearly incitement of violence. And that is the line that I think we have to be willing to contend with.
Incitement of violence? I wonder who she's talking about. Could it be?
And historically, that's what's worked. You have to put your body in the way, and you have to make it speak in a language that they understand, and sometimes that is violence.
Whoops, there I go playing a clip of CNN talking about, or rather to Antifa, the thing that supposedly doesn't exist. No, I'm sure that's not what she meant, though.
We are going to take to the streets again. There will be riots, there will be fire, and there will be bloodshed.
What? Black Lives Matter calling for violence? That has to be white supremacists in disguise. She couldn't have been talking about them. Maybe she meant...
I dare you to try and stop me from going into a women's bathroom. It will be the last mistake you ever make. I dare you to try and stop a transgender woman in my presence from using the bathroom. It will be the last mistake you ever make.
One of the reasons that human beings can't be trusted with the power of censorship is that inevitably it is a power that corrupts. And I, in all joking aside, I honestly asked my audience, and I asked other left-leaning people, explain to me how Tucker Carlson has directly called for violence. And they don't really have solid answers. They're always very vague. But the reality is that to AOC, she basically wants to believe that people who publicly oppose her opinions are inciting violence. And when she says things like Tucker Carlson is responsible for death threats that she's getting, that might be the behavior of people who occasionally listen to Tucker Carlson, but that's not Tucker Carlson directly calling for violence. This is just a lie. And I want to be clear, I'm not a fan of Fox News. I very rarely ever listen to clips of Tucker Carlson. And even when I do, I always do it through the lens of the fact that this guy's just another stooge of the corporate media. Who knows what'll happen with him now? But the reality is that all corporate media is the problem. The thing is that she only wants it moderated to ensure that only only her view is heard. And we're going to get into that a little bit more in a second. Ironically, the very next day, Tucker Carlson was fired from Fox. Let's listen to her reaction.
Tucker Carlson is out at Fox News. Couldn't have happened to a better guy. What I will say, though, is while I'm very glad that the person that was arguably responsible for some of the largest, driving some of the most amounts of death threats and violent threats, not just to my office, but to plenty of people across the country.
Bringing on guests that you disagree with or exposing when you guys do something hypocritical is not death threats, nor is it encouraging other people to issue you death threats. If by listening to Tucker Carlson, somebody gets angry enough to threaten your life, they've got their own issues. If this is
So another thing that I wanted to point out, because I was looking at doing a video about this, we've had like 2 mass shooters recently who were motivated by evil rhetoric that you should just kill white Christian people. And it's interesting to me that it is always like this, that say the Buffalo shooter, whose manifesto actually said that they were a left authoritarian or whatever, Rolling Stone puts out an article saying that they were not a lone gunman or, lone wolf, that they were a mainstream Republican. If somebody on the conservative right does something evil, then that's just Republicans. That's just who they are. But when it comes to, say, Daryl Brooks, who obviously hated white people when he drove his SUV into a parade, murdering 6 people and injuring 40, that news didn't want to talk about his racist views, right? And then we have 2 people now who've been radicalized to the point of committing mass shootings. And not only did they not want to talk about it, they're prosecuting people for getting out the manifesto of the Nashville shooter. And then we just had another one recently, and then somebody else who got arrested for just saying it online. So, there's this interesting dichotomy going on that we have to stop incitement to violence. When it came to the Tucker Carlson thing, again, like I said, it was just stupid because he's never told anybody to go commit violence. But somehow publicly disagreeing with her is incitement to violence. That's the direction that we're headed. They want to be able to say that because that also at that point, enables them to commit violence of their own. So let's keep going.
The suggestion that we're going to make, I could definitely suggest several MSNBC clips of the same sort of thing. But I mean, just to be clear so that we know the difference, that arguing with you or exposing when you do something stupid is not the same thing as death threats. This is a death threat.
I dare you to try and stop me from going into a women's bathroom. It will be the last mistake you ever make. I dare you to try and stop a transgender woman in my presence from using the bathroom. It will be the last mistake you ever make.
And this is what incitement to violence sounds like.
We are going to take to the streets again. There will be riots, there will be fire, and there will be bloodshed.
Again, I have yet to in any way be exposed to any evidence of Tucker Carlson promoting violence, suggesting that anybody threatened AOC's life, etc. I've never seen it, and I've never heard of it, and nor can I get anybody to produce any examples of it. But what they want that to mean in the whole 1984 newspeak is that if you publicly share opinions that are in contradiction to ours, you are inciting violence. That's why they want certain words to be violence, so that they can have the excuse to engage in censorship.
But deplatforming works, and it is important. And there you go. Good things can happen.
The guys that you see in this meme were engaged in an awful lot of deplatforming. In the end, it didn't work. Deplatforming doesn't actually work. It didn't work for the Nazis. It didn't work for the Soviet Union. You need to be able to engage and explain and basically break down and decipher why an ideology is wrong. You have to. If you can't do this, in the end, you will fail. Deplatforming doesn't work. And if you feel that the only way that you can win the argument is by preventing people from even hearing the opposing viewpoint, your argument must not be very strong. The consequence of all of this is that now the left as a whole is being labeled as pro-censorship. And you're being told that in order to be on the left, you also have to be pro-censorship. And that's just bullshit. It's never been part of progressive policy. It's also never been good for the left. As I have pointed out multiple times in my videos, the only reason there is a left is because of the fact that the right wing could not deplatform the left wing. And they wanted to at one time. That was J. Edgar Hoover, that was McCarthyism, when they literally had congressional panels to try to determine if somebody even whiffed of communism, and then they would have those people canceled, get them fired from jobs, etc. Just because you think you're going to get to hold the censorship pen does not mean that censorship itself is okay. And I want to be clear, there are people who've been doing this a lot longer than AOC that already know that. One of them happens to be Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders against Donald Trump Twitter ban. Tomorrow it could be somebody else. But if you're asking me, do I feel particularly comfortable that then President of the United States could not express his views on Twitter? Sanders, an independent, continued, I don't feel comfortable about that. Further, he said, I don't like giving that much power to a handful of high-tech people. How do you balance that? I don't know. But it is an issue that we have got to be thinking about, because yesterday it was Donald Trump who was banned, and tomorrow it could be somebody else who has a very different point of view. That's right, folks. Bernie Sanders did not support Twitter banning Donald Trump. Here's another video from back in 2005 where Bernie Sanders rose against a bill that would have pretty much did exactly what AOC wanted, but probably not in the direction she was thinking. But it had to do with the idea of what she suggested, which was that somehow it's the government's job to determine what is and is not allowed on television.
Gentleman from Vermont is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the rule and opposition to the underlying legislation. As someone who voted in favor of similar legislation last year, I am increasingly alarmed by the culture of censorship that seems to be developing in this country, and I will not be voting for this bill today. This censorship is being done by the corporate owners of our increasingly consolidated, less diverse media, but it is also significantly being done by the government, and that's what this bill is about today.
One of the interesting things that happened when the Trump ban was going on was that there were people that were suggesting, well, it's okay if private entities engage in censorship. They surprisingly changed their tone all of a sudden when Elon Musk, someone who would not censor Twitter the way they wanted, bought it. But as you saw right there, that's Bernie Sanders calling out that it's not okay if corporations engage in censorship, and it's also not okay if the government engages in censorship. Let's move on.
What we are seeing is an increasing and insidious chill on free expression in the airwaves. There are a lot of people in Congress on that side of the aisle, my conservative friends, who talk about freedom and freedom and freedom, but apparently they really do not believe that the American people should have the freedom to make the choices themselves about what programs they see on television or on the radio. There are a lot of people in Congress, including conservatives, who talk about the intrusive role of government regulators. But today they want government regulators to tell radio and TV stations what they can air. I disagree with that. A vote for this bill today will make America a less free society. Mr. Speaker, I am not a conservative. I am a proud progressive. But on this issue, I agree with some important conservative thinkers. Let me tell you what Mr. Adam D. Thier, the director of telecommunication studies at the Cato Institute, extremely conservative think tank, says, and I quote, and he's got it right.
This is Bernie Sanders, who just said he's a proud progressive, making it clear that he's about to quote the conservative think tank, the Cato Institute. Because being pro-censorship has never been a progressive position.
Quote, those of us who are parents understand that raising a child in today's modern media marketplace is a daunting task at times. But that should not serve as an excuse for inviting Uncle Sam in to play the role of surrogate parent for us and the rest of the public without children. Even if lawmakers have the best interest of children in mind, I take great offense at the notion that government officials must do this job for me and every other American family. Censorship on an individual parental level is a fundamental part of being a good parent.
Now, ironically, we have Bernie Sanders, the proud progressive, pointing out that you as a parent should have the right to engage in censorship when raising your child and making decisions about what, your child should and should not see.
But censorship at a government level is an entirely different matter because it means a small handful of individuals get to decide what the whole nation is permitted to see, hear, or think. End of quote. That is, and that should be, the conservative position. That should be the position of people who say, get the government off our backs. We don't want government regulations. Mr. Speaker, increasingly in this country, we are seeing censorship on the airwaves. In January of 2004, CBS refused to air a political advertisement during the Super Bowl by MoveOn.org, and on it goes. Let's vote no. Let's vote yes against this. Let's vote against this bill. Let's support freedom.
So this goes back to what I was saying originally. He recognizes that censorship should not be allowed on a government level or on a corporate level. And the reason why is that everybody has the right to give their viewpoint. The problem is that we are now trying to label just disagreeing with us as something that is hate speech or...
So this is where we're going to have a difference of opinion, but there's two reasons why. And as I pointed out earlier in the video, I don't know if you were listening, censorship is not like a built-in part of communism. Censorship is a built-in part of authoritarianism. There's a commune in Virginia right now called Twin Oaks that's been there for about 40 years, and they're doing just fine, and they don't have any censorship in their community. And everything is done direct democratic for the most part, town hall meetings and stuff like that. Also, Bernie, as I pointed out earlier, was against Donald Trump being kicked off Twitter. And that was a situation where he thinks he has the power to. There's no evidence to believe that Bernie would be pro-censorship. That's kind of the whole point here. And not all socialists believe in authoritarianism either. There's a difference between authoritarian and libertarian, which is opposed by left and right. When you look at the political compass, you can be a left authoritarian. You can also be a left libertarian. The idea behind that is just that you might provoke, might support cooperative economic structures rather than competitive ones. You can also have a totally capitalist authoritarian who's all about censorship, and we see that all the time. So that was my point to clarify on this. We can get into it sometime if you ever want to come talk about it, but that's really the story. Anyway, let's get back to the video. Yes, to the video. I will stop speaking in strange accent. Jacques Lafleur.
Is inciting violence. We have this weird way of changing the meanings of words to go about, making it unacceptable to say certain things. And as I've mentioned many times, George Orwell was a socialist who wrote 1984 and Animal Farm as cautionary tales to other socialists. As in, this is not okay. Do not engage in this. If you see this happening, this is dangerous. Do not allow it to happen. Okay? They don't ever take that message from it. And in fact, ironically, conservatives are usually the ones quoting it. But the left needs to recognize that this idea of free speech is for everybody. And you can't just give in to the temptation to simply put the mute button on any argument that opposes yours and then declare victory. They really believe that the only way that they can win is if they just prevent the other point of view from even being presented. Like, what do you think is going to happen exactly? You're going to do all of that, and then everybody's just going to magically become progressive? If we just don't have the argument, everybody's just going to magically come around to Medicare for all, free college, and all of that? No, that isn't. It's never going to happen. That's not how that works. You have to actually convince people of the validity of your argument. That's how you make change. That's how you change a society. You don't change society by simply, limiting what that society is allowed to be told, or what is allowed to be suggested to them. Because the reality is, as I pointed out, it didn't work for the Nazis. It didn't work for the Soviet Union. It is immoral, and people were killed over it. That's a form of censorship, actually. Ironically, I just got into an argument with Martin Luther King's daughter on this very topic, because he was killed. That was a form of censorship. They were trying to get rid of him. And I honestly think what pushed them over the edge was when he started speaking out about the Vietnam War. But bringing it back to the main point here, censorship is not okay, no matter who does it. Now, the only exception that I can think of is I should have a right to say, if I don't want you to say that in my living room, my personal space, then yeah, obviously I shouldn't be subjected to that. If you're on the internet, that means that I have the right to block you personally. There's nothing wrong with that. If I don't want your crap in my feed, then I block you. The problem is that they're not satisfied with that. They don't want to just be able to, basically to prevent them from seeing what you're saying. They don't want anyone else to see what you're saying. And that's where we run into a point where it just becomes brainwashing. It just becomes about, total authoritarian control. And that's not how you get people to think better. Another quick note that I would like to point out is that when they repeatedly say Republicans want to ban books, and then they leave out the context that they're leaving out is, one, what is in the books. And I've been over that on my show multiple times. They tend to leave out the context of what specifically it is that's in the books, like, graphic depictions of blowjobs and such. But the other thing that they tend to leave out is that Republicans are not trying to ban these books from existing. If you want to go out and buy a copy of Genderqueer for your own child, nobody is, at least that I've ever seen, in the Republican or conservative movement trying to prevent that. It's not like they're trying to make these books illegal to sell. The issue is that they shouldn't be subject to public schools. They shouldn't be in public schools where just any child could just pick it up, because that's removing the choice that Bernie Sanders was just saying is important. So I just wanted to clear that up, because they're not the same thing. Nobody's suggesting that Genderqueer should be deleted and, become like the books to be burned in Fahrenheit, the movie about them burning books. Nobody's suggesting that. That's a total straw man. Well, some people would question her progressive card because of the fact that she and Bernie kind of went at it in the last election. I would still like to play a clip here of Elizabeth Warren, who is known to be a progressive for many years, having this same conversation when it comes to free speech on campuses.
Thank you, Senator Hassan. Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this hearing today, you and Ranking Member Murray. I appreciate your doing this. I think we all agree that free speech is not some kind of left versus right issue.
Yeah, it's not. It's never been a right versus left issue. Everybody's supposed to believe in free speech.
It doesn't work that way. So I want to see if I can ask a question from a little bit different perspective. Mr. Cohen, you run the Southern Poverty Law Center, which tracks American hate groups and extremists. And one of those extremists is Charles Murray. We've talked a little about him this morning. A man who wears a fancy suit and peddles racist junk science about how white men are, biologically speaking, intellectually superior to everyone else. Am I correct that you vehemently disagree with his views?
Completely, Senator.
Good, me too. And as someone who worked as an academic researcher for decades, I think that spouting fake science is extremely corrosive to public policy and should be called out in public at every possible opportunity. So we got that much. Let's go to the next part. Mr. Cohen, do you believe that powerful institutions of higher learning should ban people like Charles Murray from speaking in public if those institutions or their students or you or I don't like what those speakers have to say?
Just as simply, absolutely not, Senator.
And why not?
Well, look, we make progress as a country by having ideas tested, by having critical thought applied to ideas that are expressed in every realm of life. The Supreme Court has recognized the importance of robust debate. It's a bedrock principle of our country, and we would be much worse off if university presidents, students, or anyone could censor the speech of others simply because they disagree.
I agree with you, and in fact, I think it's dangerous to suppress speech. First,
right, it's dangerous to suppress speech. Elizabeth just went on and described some beliefs that she definitely vehemently disagrees with, just outright racist stuff, and still doesn't believe that it should be censored. The head of the Southern Poverty Law Center at the time made it very clear that he doesn't agree with it either. Let's move on.
Suppression can backfire. Instead of shutting up individuals with disgusting views, it becomes a launching pad to national attention. Bigots and white supremacists can make themselves out to be First Amendment martyrs.
Absolutely.
And grow their audiences. And second, suppression suggests weakness. It makes us sound afraid, like we're afraid that we can't defeat evil ideas with good ideas. And I just don't believe that's true. I believe in free speech, but let's be clear. Free speech doesn't mean the speaker is entitled to an audience. Free speech is not about shutting up or remaining silent while someone demeans women or demeans people of color or anybody else. Students can critique, they can make their voices heard, and they can be very powerful when they do. Free speech means more speech. So, Professor Stanger, you moderated an event with Mr. Murray at Middlebury College where you teach. You were physically attacked. Would you agree with me that acts of violence are not protected by the First Amendment?
I absolutely would agree with you, Senator Warren, on that point, but I would disagree with you respectfully on your characterization of Charles Murray's work, and maybe I might say a little bit about the Middlebury context, which would illuminate some things for us here today. Charles Murray was invited by a student group to speak on campus, and then the political science department co-sponsored the talk. We did so because we're almost all Democrats, and we thought it was important for our students to engage with views that are influential in the Republican Party. What proceeded to happen was that another department on Middlebury's campus, sociology and anthropology, sought to censor the political science department. Now, in my view, this is solved very simply by a Treaty of Westphalia between departments. I mean, if one department thinks...
Now, it's important before she gets into this that you recognize that what happened is the political science department of a university felt it was important that people hear the opposing viewpoint. Then the sociology department fought to try to get them censored, which if you've listened to my talk with Dr. Turner, who is a very, published and famous sociologist, sociology is not a science anymore. It's been taken over by activism. Let's continue.
Let me just say, Dr. Stanger, I appreciate this, but in a limited amount of time, getting into interdepartmental rivalries from the academic world.
Sure, but let me just...
I would actually prefer to spend our time on the Middle East because it will be easier to solve.
This is true, but just may I make one more point there that's important? I think this is important.
I'll give you...
Please.
I'll give you time, Senator Warren.
Is that okay? It'll take 10 seconds.
Senator Warren ran for the Senate in order to escape interdepartmental rivalry.
I understand that sentiment completely, Senator Warren.
I wanted to come to a place that was more collegial.
That's right. So you should have time to... Senator Warren, I'll give you some extra time to finish your discussion.
The point I just wanted to add that's relevant to this is that no faculty member, to my view, would ever agree for their department to co-sponsor a talk by Richard Spencer. So we're really talking about apples and oranges here, and there's a public-private distinction here that needs to be made. At these public universities, I think we're seeing these provocateurs seeking to set up talks that don't really have faculty sponsorship. So let the faculty lead, and I think we'll go in the right direction.
So let me just see if I can pull this back, though, to the point about what happens with free speech, whether it gets any special protection. And the notion that I just want to underline here is that the people who attacked you get no special protection. Neither does the Charlottesville white supremacist who murdered a woman there, or the 3 white supremacists who tried to shoot people at the University of Florida last week. They will go to jail. Free speech is not about violence. It is not about silence. What I'm concerned about is that right now it is all too easy for all of us to avoid hearing anything that we don't already agree with. And that is an enormous threat to our democracy. I know that powerful people want us divided, that foreign governments are pouring gasoline on that fire, flooding Facebook and Twitter with angry messages designed to stir up lingering resentments. The President of the United States is pouring even more gasoline on that fire, attacking our free press as a, quote, enemy of the people. And
which is what AOC just did, for the record.
Even threatening to use the awesome power of the government to shut down press outlets for reporting that he doesn't agree with.
Like Tucker Carlson.
And I don't care what your politics are. All of us who believe in America and its freedoms need to work harder to put out that fire. And we start by making sure that powerful institutions and individuals don't shut down speech they don't like. And that includes universities, and it definitely includes the President of the United States.
Including Joe Biden. But anyway, so again, it's not some crazy right-wing idea that we should be open to hearing the viewpoints of people we don't agree with. And she's pointing out, very justifiably so, that it's becoming way too easy for us to never hear the point of view that we don't agree with. And that we can't just, shut down speech that we don't like. So ironically, something that AOC had said before we got to the part about the Dominion lawsuit and all of that was this.
These are our civil rights and our civil liberties, and we have to resist. We must resist these attempts to roll back the basic human rights.
Now, to be fair to her, in that particular clip, she was actually only referring to the civil rights concerns of the woke movement. But free speech is a basic human right, period. Non-negotiable. And it's interesting to me that the left has lost that, at least as far as her generation of them are concerned. Now, it's entirely possible that politicians can change their mind and then it'll become the new perspective, that they're suddenly pro-censorship. And that's kind of the direction that things are headed for a lot of people. But the moment that happens, I will become your enemy. I will become your opponent because I'm not okay with it. I've had successful debates with people I don't agree with. I do it on a regular basis. We do it in our Discord all the time. And what comes of it can be actually friendship and camaraderie. Maybe that's really what they're concerned about. They don't want us, as Elizabeth Warren pointed out earlier, there are people who want us divided. I would say that's definitely true. And there are still people occasionally who ask me how I can take the points of view that I do while still using the V moniker. It says here, for example, there are of course those who do not want us to speak. I suspect even now orders are being shouted into telephones and men with guns will soon be on their way. Why? Because while the truncheon may be used in lieu of conversation, words will always retain their power. Words offer the means to meaning, and for those of us who will listen, the enunciation of truth. And the truth is, there is something terribly wrong with this country, isn't there? Cruelty and injustice, intolerance and oppression, and where once you had the freedom to object, to think and speak as you saw fit, you now have censors and systems of surveillance coercing your conformity and soliciting your submission. This is it's a basic principle of freedom. Period. And you don't get to take it. And you don't win the argument by just preventing the other side from being allowed to talk. It doesn't work. It's not just that it's immoral, it doesn't work. Now, I've done multiple videos on censorship, and I will put them in the cards at the end of this video. You're probably looking at them right now. But there's also a BitChute exclusive version of my Do You Think for Yourself series, because ironically, YouTube censored my video about censorship. And I do suggest you check it out. I will put a link to the BitChute video in the description of this one. Thanks again for tuning in. And a quick reminder, folks, the only way to protect you from my content being censored from you is to go to hy.page/vradio. And there you can find me on all my various mediums, including YouTube, Rumble, Odyssey, BitChute. I'm on podcast format for many of my broadcasts. You can join my Facebook group. You can check me out on Twitter. If you want to, you can support me on Patreon, PayPal, and Subscribestar. You can also join my Telegram and my Discord, which I strongly suggest you guys check out. I did recently create a Kick account, and I'm also on TikTok, though not very often. But it's really the only way to be sure you're actually going to get my stuff. And after they, deleted Neo Unrealist's channel, by the way, he's over on Rumble. I definitely kind of see that it's just a matter of time. I actually think, ironically, as my channel gets bigger, this is going to become more and more of a threat. And my channel actually hasn't been getting bigger. I've got this weird thing going on where I've been stuck at like 4,800 or 900 subscribers, and then every time I gain some, the algorithm kicks some off. So I've had all kinds of strange stuff go on with my channel, including discussing an issue for about 6 seconds of a 6 to 7 hour stream, and then getting a huge strike on my channel and my whole stream deleted. You can actually learn more about that by going to my BitChute or my Rumble channel, because I talk about it over there. But really, the only way to avoid censorship is for you to join us on one of these other mediums. Even if you don't want to talk on my Discord, I share all of my links on Discord. I also share all of them on my Facebook group. I share all of them on my Telegram group, and it's really the only way, because you're not always going to be notified when I'm putting out new content. And if for some reason my YouTube channel does get deleted, then you'll have my other mediums, because I'm not going to stop. This is one of the ways I keep myself sane as I sit here as a disabled individual, mostly stuck in my house. I used to be able to go out to protests and, videotape stuff like that and interview people in the street. That was taken from me now that I have a spinal injury. So this is how I connect with the world in a meaningful way. So thanks again for tuning in, folks, and I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope that you'll check out more of my content if you're new here. Take care.
Well, guys, that's the end of that marathon. I hope you enjoyed your time with me here today. Thank you for tuning into V Radio, as always. I have definitely enjoyed my time with you today. And I'm hoping not to have any more breaks. I have some stuff that I've been doing. I'm still also working on OK Groomer. Part of it is just that I want to get there's certain videos that I'm trying to get my hands on that were initially taken off the internet. So that's another reason why. Be sure you do check me out on BitChute. There's a lot of stuff on my BitChute that I couldn't upload literally anywhere else. Like, for example, proof that as ironic as it is that George Takei, the former Star Trek Mr. Sulu, who is a known pundit of the left, speaks out and says that the only grooming that will go on in the LGBTQ community would be to teach kids how to be, take better care of their, hygiene or whatever. Come to find out that his first sexual activity was at 13 years old with an adult camp counselor. And, he used to brag about that. He bragged about it on the Howard Stern show, stuff like that. Anyway, that video is extremely hard to find because it's been scrubbed off the internet virtually everywhere else. Stuff like that. And if you enjoy my work, really it's going to come down to sharing my stuff. If you can't support me financially, then just sharing my videos through word of mouth, getting other people to follow the channel would be really helpful. I never really made a lot of, I don't want to say never. Way back in 2008, I made a lot of money doing this. I could get between $1,000 to $3,000 a month, in donations back in the 2008 era of my work. But it was never consistent. I think the most I got to a point where I was getting about $200 a month on Patreon in the more recent iteration of my work that you guys are basically participating in here, and that's been about it. I part of it is I remember during the whole Kyle Rittenhouse thing, there were so many people that asked me where they could donate, and I was like, don't send money to me, send money to Kyle, to his defense fund and all that. And that was pretty much the way I maintained things for the longest time. But part of it is that I realized when I did this before, if you make a lot of money doing this, it changes your relationship with it. And in many cases, not only can it make you kind of audience captured, so to speak, because you'll be compelled to just put out content that only your audience agrees with. And I'm not on board with that. And that's why I'm trying to slowly build a new audience that's been trained to accept and understand that you're not going to agree with everything I say. That's kind of the point. All I ask is that you engage with me in good faith, like the conversation I just had with Tennessee Tricycles earlier. I don't think I ever get to see. Is that what that means? What is TN Tricycles PDX supposed to mean? I don't think you ever answered me in the chat. But I want to thank everybody again for your support. If you haven't joined us in Discord, you really should. We have some great conversations in there. The main rule there is just don't engage in personal attack. If you go to the hy.page/vradio, you'll find me on Rumble, Odyssey, lots of other alternative mediums, because just like I said at the end of that video, I'm not going to stop. I mean, even if I just came down to only having a BitChute channel, I'd still put stuff out. Well, Daisy, that's the funny thing about Kyle's new book. Funny you mentioned that. Johnny Walker Dredd and I have been in communication with Kyle and his family about Kyle's new book. And his sister wants to come on V Radio again to discuss her problems with the book. So we're going to see what happens with that, because it looks like Kyle might be trying to throw his family under the bus, which would really suck, because I met his family. We had a great stream with them, and something's not right. So anyway, so he finally answers me. So TNT Cycles PDX was a motorcycle building company I had till COVID. It was located in Portland, Oregon. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna keep calling you Tennessee Tricycles because I think it's funny. And PDX, I guess. So public displays of XXX porn. So Tennessee Tricycles with public displays of XXX porn. Do you like that idea? That's the new meaning. I dig it. Oh no. Yeah, I know. So yeah, I've looked at some of that stuff. So we'll see what happens. Tennessee Tricycles, public displays of XXX porn. Oh man, how can you be living in Portland and listening to my stuff? You must enjoy all of my Antifa stuff too. Although Mary Todd is still the best on that. I don't know though. Mary Todd is in semi-retirement. Like, they still talk to them sometimes, but they have not been actively making content like they used to. But they did a really good job of exposing stuff going on in Portland. So, but thanks for sticking with me, guys. We had about 20 viewers through most of it. I had up to 30 at some point, and again, please, by word of mouth, tell people that you like this channel. Tell them to come check it out. Like and subscribe and ring the bell. And a large part of it is just, like I said, I don't care as much about money, although I would really appreciate it, being a disabled guy. This is, like I said earlier, I'm trapped in my bed. I used to be a guy who went out and did things, and now I'm not. So getting out to interact with you guys like we did today, it's kind of my social life at this point, as pathetic as that is, short of when I get outside to coach sports. But man, Tennessee Tricycles, I don't know how. Portland is almost like unsavable. Like, it's like, I don't know how you put the genie back in the bottle with that one, man. So good luck. I would not be there. I hope you're armed, because I sure as hell wouldn't live in that city unarmed. But anyway, I want to thanks again, guys. I know Brian wants to continue to do our Sunday shows, and that is going to be my plan. The complication may be sometimes that I also am going to be in a position where I'm going to be hosting wrestling stuff, and that's going to take a lot of my time because I'll be helping someone else run tournaments. So weekends may not always be good. We'll see what happens, and I appreciate the fact that you guys took the time to, talk to me today and, hang out. So in any case, good evening, everyone. And thank you for tuning in to V Radio. Hey, ladies, I've been thinking about recording some ASMR for the ladies, just to be able to help you relax. Kick your feet up and just get those cuddly sensations that comes from someone sweetly speaking to you. If you have any interest in this content, please let me know. Thanks, ladies. Aw, yeah. Makes it time for like singing some chef songs. I want to make love to you, woman. I want to lay you down by the fire. I have to say, my favorite chef song is still talking about you and me and her. Simultaneous loving, baby. 2 or 3. I joke about ASMR, but I have been watching it because it helps me calm down and get to sleep. So I think it's actually a pretty good thing. I mean, it's better than people using drugs, right? So anyway, you guys have a good night And thank you for listening to V Radio.